Good evening, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here coming to you with some breaking space weather news, I guess you could call it, but it's going to impact Earth. There is a rare G5 geomagnetic storm underway. The last one of these was in 2003, this was not expected to be a G5 level. This geomagnetic storm was supposed to be G4 level, but just tonight, actually in the last hour, I believe, it was announced that the conditions have reached G5 extreme level. This is a disturbance in the Earth's magnetic field, which is caused by solar emissions. So basically, the stuff comes out of the sun, and this is your very amateur non-scientist version. Stuff is emitted from the sun, and it impacts Earth. And this is an extreme way. G5 geomagnetic storm. Let me just do something real quick here. Okay, that's better. So we are going to bring you live coverage of this. The last time there was a G5 geomagnetic storm was in 2003. And when in 2003, in the previous G5 geomagnetic storm, there were power outages in Sweden and damaged transformers in South Africa. So it could certainly have significant effects here on Earth. There's a bunch of pictures I've seen. One effect of even the G4 geomagnetic storm was that some people in the northern hemisphere could see the northern lights, could see an aurora, colorful lights in the sky, places where they normally couldn't see that. So that is still happening, and there's still pretty pictures floating around. But just about, I want to say about 45 minutes ago, it was announced G5 level has been reached. That is the most extreme level of geomagnetic storm. So we are going to talk about this now. Going to give you some updates, and we'll go from there. We're going to take your comments and questions on the air. At Lookner on X is where you can reach me, at Lookner on X, as we cover this rare G5 extreme geomagnetic storm live. And I want to say thanks to our moderators. Oh, by the way, our viewer, Big City Blue, says, I live in Germany, and I saw the northern lights clearly for the first time. There you go. What was I going to say here? Let me just thank our moderators real quick. Havasumam, Sarah55, AJ. Hold on a second here. I got to time somebody out here. Okay. Somebody needs to fix their handle over there on YouTube. And Ruth Krafasi is moderating. Sarah55, thank you for moderating there. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Although I know the X chat has been a little messed up lately. I'm going to actually go there right now and see what it looks like over there. There's been some kind of weirdness going on X with the chats in the live chats. Yeah, like what is this here? Yeah, there appears to be no chat. I don't know what's going on with X right now. Like I'm on X and I don't even see a chat there. So that's kind of funky. I'll be looking into that. That's weird. And also we have over there on Twitch moderating for us right now, we have Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Idaho Star, McBritches, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Sharon C54 all moderating. And we have over there on Facebook, we have Margaret Riley is there. Thank you, Margaret, for being there moderating. All of our moderators on our platforms, thank you. So we're going to talk about what this all means. Check this out. G5 conditions observed. This is from the Space Weather Prediction Center at the National Weather Service and National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration in the U.S. G5 conditions observed. They just posted this, yes, 1 hour ago. This got posted 1 hour ago. And again, this was not supposed to be a G5 level geomagnetic storm. There was a watch issued, I think, yesterday for a G4 level. So it was not predicted to be G5. So let's read this from the Space Weather Prediction Center. First observed G5 geomagnetic storm since October 2003. And again, this is basically a magnetic disturbance around Earth caused by solar emissions, things coming from the sun, being emitted from the sun. So we'll talk about that. So you can see here it says key messages. Extreme G5 conditions reached Earth at 6:54 p.m. Eastern Time. Geomagnetic storming is likely to persist through the weekend as several additional Earth-directed coronal mass ejections are in transit. We're going to talk more about this. Impacts: HF, VHF, UHF communications, GPS, power grids, spacecraft, satellite navigation, and other technologies may be affected. Critical infrastructure operators have been notified. Context: the last extreme G5 event occurred with the Halloween storms in October 2003, so over 20 years ago. That event, that G5 geomagnetic storm, resulted in power outages in Sweden and damaged transformers in South Africa. Cause: the source has mostly been a large complex sunspot cluster, NOAA region 3664, that is 17 times the diameter of Earth. Additional activity from this region is still expected. So this is, again, the most powerful, this is the first G5 level geomagnetic storm since 2003. Wow. So we are going to bring you some live coverage and talk more about this. I hope there's no like big power disruptions anywhere, but we'll have to see what happens. So I'm gonna, again, this was just announced. This was just posted an hour ago. So we're going to bring you some live coverage here. I'm going to show you some more of what they have to say here. Hang on a second here. Let me show you a little background here too. Wow, it was supposed to be a G4, but it is a G5. Here's something here. Oops, right here. Geomagnetic storms. This is from, again, Space Weather Prediction Center. A geomagnetic storm is a major disturbance of Earth's magnetosphere. And if you're looking up what is a magnetosphere, you get a magnetosphere is the region around a planet dominated by the planet's magnetic field. So a geomagnetic storm is a major disturbance of Earth's magnetosphere that occurs when there is a very efficient exchange of energy from the solar wind into the space environment surrounding Earth. These storms result from variations in the solar wind that produces major changes in the currents, plasmas, and fields in Earth's magnetosphere. The solar wind conditions that are effective for creating geomagnetic storms are sustained for several to many hours, periods of high-speed solar wind, and most importantly, a southward directed solar wind magnetic field opposite the direction of Earth's field at the day side of the magnetosphere. This condition is effective for transferring energy from the solar wind into Earth's magnetosphere. I hope I'm pronouncing magnetosphere right. I'm sorry if I'm not. I'm going to double check that right now and make sure I am reading that right. I got to get the pronunciation. That was my guess. Magnetosphere. Magnetosphere says Oxford Languages. So magnetosphere, not magnetosphere. Magnetosphere. Okay, let's go back here. The largest storms that result from these conditions are associated with solar coronal mass injections, CMEs, which are helping produce this storm, where 1 billion tons or so of plasma from the sun with its embedded magnetic field arrives at Earth. CMEs typically take several days to arrive at Earth, but have been observed for some of the most intense storms to arrive in as short as 18 hours. Okay? Let me just see here. I'm not going to read this whole thing right now. But again, let me show you what some of the results of this could be. So it says G5, space weather conditions current. G5 extreme. G5 extreme. So if we go here and you go to scales, this is what we want right here. There. NOAA space weather scales, geomagnetic storms, G5 extreme. Look, it's at the top of the list. It is at the top of the list. This is the first one since 2003. Okay, these are possible effects from a G5 geomagnetic storm. Power systems, widespread voltage control problems, and protective system problems can occur. Some grid systems may experience complete collapse or blackouts. Transformers may experience damage. Spacecraft operations may experience extensive surface charging, problems with orientation, uplink, downlink, and tracking satellites problems as well. Other systems, pipeline currents can reach hundreds of amps. HF high-frequency radio propagation may be impossible in many areas for 1 to 2 days. Satellite navigation may be degraded for days. Low-frequency radio navigation can be out for hours. And Aurora has been seen as low as Florida and southern Texas, typically 40 degrees geomagnetic latitude. So again, G5, geomagnetic storm. Hold on a second here. Hang on one second. G5 geomagnetic storm going on right now. First time since 2003. We'll have to see what kind of effects happen from this. We will have to see. Again, this was not predicted to be a G5. The watch was for a G4. So I'm going to look around and see if I can, we'll have to just see. Do we hear about power outages anywhere? Transformer damage anywhere? I don't know. We're going to just have to see. But the G5 conditions are already occurring. Now, I can't show, there are a lot of pictures out there on social media, and I can't just show these pictures because people might be trying to sell these pictures. So, although it's possible that, say NASA will post some pictures or something like that. If they do, I can show some. Oh, yeah. So if I can get that, I'll show it to you. But you can, if you look around, you can find a bunch of pictures of people seeing the northern lights, seeing an aurora, who normally couldn't see it. Seen some very pretty pictures from Europe of color of pink lighting in different places in the sky. So that is something to look for as well. I'll see if I can find any that I can actually show you. Oh yes, Amber Marie says, is it going to be a multiple day thing? So I believe it is supposed to go on for a while. Let me see what they said here. See, they had said before the announcement of G5 conditions, they said geomagnetic storming is likely to persist this weekend. Now, see, this announcement This announcement was at 5:30 Eastern. So this was 2 hours before it became a G5. And they were not predicting a G5. You can see this announcement says G4 conditions observed. It says it's very likely that geomagnetic storming will persist throughout the weekend as several additional Earth-directed coronal mass ejections are in transit to Earth's outer atmosphere. And again, this was assuming a G4. But they said the last extreme G5 event before now occurred in the Halloween storms in October 2003, which resulted in power outages in Sweden and damaged transformers in South Africa. So they weren't even as of 3 hours ago, they were saying G4, but it is now a G5 conditions observed. Wow. All right, I'm going to take some comments and questions from you guys. Quick thanks, by the way, to Mike R., Janet Burnett, Tim Schidler, JZ Gamer 12, Scott Bixler, Carl Tackling, Paul G., and Choctaw N8 Live. Mike R. says, my friends at National Park Service were told to turn their devices off this weekend. Now, I haven't heard anything like that. I'm not saying that's false. I'm just saying I haven't heard that. That's interesting. That's an anecdotal report from Mike R. Thank you, Mike, for your support. Let's see here. But, again, this was, and I believe, was it, I believe NOAA, I think it was, one of the authorities gave some sort of call today. There were quotes from authorities today talking about what the results of a G4 storm would be. So, for example, I saw something earlier today, which was that, hang on, I will read you the quote here. Yeah, so like the New York Times had a story where they quoted somebody from the Space Weather Prediction Center, Mike Betwe. Is this the person they quoted, or is it somebody else they quoted? Hold on, let me just make sure here. Might be a different quote. It was, Rob Steenberg at the NOAA Space Weather Prediction Center earlier today had said, he said for a G4 storm, when it was assumed this was going to be a G4 storm, Rob Steenberg at the Space Weather Prediction Center said, most people here on planet Earth, they won't have to do anything. And he said, if everything is working like it should, the grid will be stable and they'll be able to go about their daily lives. But at that time, it was being considered a G4 geomagnetic storm. Well, now it's a G5 geomagnetic storm. So I don't know how that's going to change things. I'll have to try to get some more information on that. But again, first one since 2003. All right, let me take some more comments. Icy Bird says, what happens if you... hold on a second here. Hang on a second here. What happens if you own an electronic vehicle? So what I can... again, I'll just read this again. This is from the Space Weather Prediction Center. This is what they say about effects of a G5 extreme geomagnetic storm. Widespread voltage control problems and protective system problems. This is with power systems. Widespread voltage control problems and protective system problems can occur. Some grid systems may experience complete collapse or blackouts. Transformers may experience damage. Spacecraft operations may experience extensive surface charging, problems with orientation, uplink, downlink, and tracking satellites. Other systems, pipeline currents can reach hundreds of amps. HF high-frequency radio propagation may be impossible in many areas for 1 to 2 days. Satellite navigation may be degraded for days. Low-frequency radio navigation can be out for hours, and Aurora has been seen as low as Florida and southern Texas, typically 40 degrees geomagnetic latitude. So that's a description of effects, possible effects from the Space Weather Prediction Center. I will try to get some more specifics for you. Let's see here. So I don't have I am not an expert on geomagnetic storms, so I'm not going to start saying what I'm going to trust the experts on what they say the results are or the possible effects of this are. But again, I think the thing is I believe if I'm right, the initial watch or warning, whatever it was, for the storm was, I think, like yesterday. But at that time, they said it was going to be a G4. So like a lot of the articles floating around and a lot of the quotes for experts that you see from like articles that were out today, those were based on the assumption this was going to be a G4 storm. But it's not, it's a G5 storm. So it's not, I would normally kind of just look around for stuff that was being said today, but a lot of stuff that was being said today was talking about a G4 storm. So I'll try my best to get you more. If you're hearing more, you can write to me on X @Lookner. Thanks so much to Mac for your support and Rocky Mountain Billy for your support. I appreciate that. So let's see here. Let me try to get you some more updates right now if you give me a second. Again, I just saw it was G5. Right before coming on the air, I saw it, and then and so. Oh, I have a picture I can show you. I do have a picture here. So this is from NWS Boulder. They say not just the northern lights. Oh, this is from this. Not just the northern lights. This is from the South Pole. We're seeing amazing pictures from London, Switzerland, Austria, even in bright cities. Skies in northeast Colorado and nearby areas will gradually clear this evening. This may be the best chance to see the aurora here in 20 years. That's a South Pole picture there. Maybe I can find some like NASA cameras or something like that. But that's from an NWS Boulder. Oops, let me do this. There you go. That's from the South Pole, I believe. That's what they say. I'm going to actually check there and see if I can find some NOAA webcams or NASA webcams. But give me a moment. And you can write to me on X @Lookner. Sorry, I'm just going to look for some updates here too. Wow, G5. This was not expected that this would be a G5. And as I said, you can also find a lot of privately taken photographs out there. You know, of from different places in the world, people seeing these colorful lights, northern lights, but I guess it's not just in the north, the aurora due to the effect of the solar storm. Bill Cairns, who's a meteorologist, said a half hour ago, just about time for these images to appear from North America, Canadian Maritimes, and northern Maine up first. I'm in Boston area. I might go outside later and check it out. Oh, our viewer token says Southern Lights were amazing about 6 hours ago too. I am from Australia. I was kind of hoping that like Reuters would have some kind of, or AFP would have some kind of video of the live video of those lights, but they don't right now. Oh, a viewer sent a photo in. Our viewer Carl sent a photo in. Let me show you Carl's photo. Carl sent this in. Carl T800 says here in UK and sent in the photo. Oh, did he not send it to me or did he? He replied to me. So he replied to me. That's from Carl T800. And hang on a moment here. Oh, I got some more pictures. Here's some more pictures from a viewer. Look. Sam writes in and says, these were taken by me this evening in my backyard in South Dorset, right on the south coast of the UK. Rare to see these here. It's like seeing unicorns. So thank you, Sam. Our viewer Sam sent these in from the UK. You said South Dorset, right? Let me show you these pictures. Wow. Pretty pictures from Sam. Yeah, there's a lot of people posting. There's all kinds of pictures posted tonight. And then Paddle Boot sent one in too from Germany. Greetings from the north of Germany, from Paddle Boot. So these are, people are getting pictures from around the world. Thank you, Paddle Boot, for writing in. And then another one of our viewers, Tricalco Chasm, sent in this and said, in nearly 20 years of watching the sky, for the first time I was able to see actual aurora conditions. This is from Tricalco Chasm there. Oops, sorry, that shouldn't be that thing shouldn't be on there. Hold on one second. There we go. So we can see a bunch of our viewers have seen these pretty northern lights. And then Joey Shep sent in some too. I didn't even know people were sending pictures in. Joey Shep says, these are from Lincolnshire, UK. Thank you, Joey. Thanks to the viewers for sending in the photos. Appreciate it. All right, let's try to get you some updates here. And there's all kinds of photos floating around out there. All right, hang on. Hey, thanks to Alexander Wording, too. I appreciate Alexander. And Michelle, thanks for your support. And Colligan Crafts, our member. All right, so if you're just joining us, a G5 geomagnetic storm is occurring. This is the first one since 2003. That one in 2003 resulted in power outages in Sweden and damaged transformers in South Africa. This is the highest level of geomagnetic storm. It is a magnetic disturbance in and around Earth, I believe it is. The magnetosphere, Earth's magnetosphere, a magnetic disturbance caused by solar emissions. Things being ejected from the sun, basically. And it was not supposed to be a G5. It was predicted as a G4. But tonight, G5 conditions observed. You can see the announcement right there from Space Weather Prediction Center. G5 conditions observed. They say first observed G5 since October of 2003. Extreme G5 conditions reached Earth at 6:54 p.m. Eastern Time. Geomagnetic storming is likely to persist through the weekend as several additional Earth-directed coronal mass ejections, CMEs, are in transit. Impacts: HF, VHF, UHF communications, GPS, power grids, spacecraft, satellite navigation, and other technologies may be affected. Critical infrastructure operators have been notified. Context: the last extreme G5 event occurred with the Halloween storms in October 2003. That event resulted in power outages in Sweden and damaged transformers in South Africa. Cause: the source has mostly been a large complex sunspot cluster, NOAA region 3664, that is 17 times the diameter of Earth. Additional activity from this region on the sun is still expected. Wow. We are bringing you live coverage. If I get access to a live shot I can show you of, say, Northern Lights, I will. I don't have one right now. I can't steal someone's. That is something I'm going to be looking for, but maybe I will at some point. It's possible. I'll certainly show it to you if I get a hold of it. But hang on a moment here. We're going to bring you some updates either way. And what was I going to do here? Oh, hold on a second here. Our viewer Lee Frazier says, was awesome in UK a few hours ago. Anderson says, is there any estimate of when it will hit Earth? It is hitting Earth. Earth is experiencing G5 conditions now. It is happening now. It's underway. What the impacts will be, I don't know exactly. And then we have this again. That is, you can see it says right here, G5. G5. Extreme. There you go. Space weather conditions, G5. Predicted was, if you move me, you'll see predicted was G4, but it ended up being G5. Show you that again. There you go. Geomagnetic storms, G5. Power systems, widespread voltage control problems, and protective system problems can occur. Some grid systems may experience complete collapse or blackouts. Transformers may experience damage. Spacecraft operations may experience extensive surface charging, problems with orientation, uplink, downlink, and tracking satellites. Other systems, pipeline currents can reach hundreds of amps. HF high-frequency radio propagation may be impossible in many areas for 1 to 2 days. Satellite navigation may be degraded for days. Low-frequency radio navigation can be out for hours. And Aurora has been seen as low as Florida and southern Texas, typically 40 degrees geomagnetic latitude. Anyone having GPS problems, it could affect the GPS. I have not heard any kind of recommendations yet for anything that like regular people should do. I know they've been in touch with like critical infrastructure operators, but so far I've not seen any kind of recommendation as to what, regular, I haven't seen any kind of prescription for regular people to do anything. Servant Girl says, can it affect aviation? I don't know. I mean, maybe through navigation it could. I'm not sure. I got to get more information on this. First one since 2003. All right, hang on a moment here. Oh, I wonder if I can grab the current, current watch warning. Here it is right here. I got it. There it is. Alerts, watches, and warnings. Space weather message code. This was issued at, this was like 20 minutes. This was like 20 minutes ago. This is the alert from 20 minutes ago, right? Yes, UTC 0036. Yeah, this is from 22 minutes ago. Alert, geomagnetic K index of 7. Now this says G3 strong, NOAA scale. They did, where does 6, blah, blah, blah? Because I know they said G5. So this warning isn't, I don't know. Oh, this says extended warning, geomagnetic K index of 5 expected. Now, this one was issued, when was this warning issued? This was issued this was issued at about an hour ago. This is from around an hour ago right here, this one. Extended warning, geomagnetic K index of 5 expected. Potential impacts, area of impact primarily poleward of 60 degrees geomagnetic latitude. Induced currents, weak power grid fluctuations can occur. Spacecraft minor impact on satellite operations possible. Aurora may be visible at high latitudes, i.e. northern tier of the U.S., such as northern Michigan and Maine. I'll have to keep watching for these updates. They keep issuing these updates, but they issued, about an hour ago, they issued this one for saying, this one right here, extended warning, geomagnetic K index of 5 expected. That might be, actually that's K index. These are all different ones. That's not G5, that's K index. I don't even know what the K index is, but I know it's a different thing. So these are all different alerts coming out. This one that just came out says geomagnetic K index of 7. This was from like 20 minutes ago. Potential impacts, area of impact primarily poleward of 50 degrees. Induced currents, power system voltage irregularities possible. False alarms may be triggered on some protection devices. Spacecraft systems may experience surface charging. Increased drag on low Earth orbit satellites and orientation problems may occur. Navigation, intermittent satellite navigation, GPS problems, including loss of lock and increased range error may occur. Radio, high-frequency radio may be intermittent. Aurora may be seen as low as Pennsylvania to Iowa to Oregon. So this is the latest alert they gave here. Let me show you something about K index. That's a different thing. So that's kind of like a running table of alerts there I got to keep an eye on. Here's the K index. Planetary K index, 3-hour data. There you go. This is from Space Weather Prediction Center. That is the K index chart. And they say the K index, and by extension the planetary K index, are used to characterize the magnitude of geomagnetic storms. The K index, the planetary K index, is an excellent indicator of disturbances in the Earth's magnetic field and is used by Space Weather Prediction Center to decide whether geomagnetic alerts and warnings need to be issued for users who are affected by these disturbances. The principal users affected by geomagnetic storms are the electrical power grid, spacecraft operations, users of radio signals that reflect off or pass through the ionosphere, and observers of the aurora. Okay, I'm going to actually post this. That's interesting. So they have the geomagnetic the estimated planetary index, K index, hit 9, which is G5. Yeah, so 9 is G5. See down here it says G5 9. So it hit level 9 here at, what does it say? The time it gave is from today at, it's weird. It says 00Z should be 8. That should be 8 to 11? It's weird. Because 000 Z time 00 Z 0 Z time is 8 p.m. 5:10:24. Oh no, I'm reading it wrong. The 3-hour period is from 21. So it's from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern time. That's what this is. The K index from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern time reached 9, which is that's the magnitude of geometric storms. It's the K index. And when it hits 9, you have a G5 storm. That's what they're saying. So again, you can see here it hit 5 in the last 3-hour measurement period. It hit level 9, K9, meaning G5 storm between 5 to 8 p.m. Eastern time. That's what it says. Okay. All right. And it says the principal users affected by geomagnetic storms are the electrical power grid, spacecraft operations, users of radio signals that reflect off or pass through the ionosphere, and observers of the aurora. They're affected because it'll affect how the aurora is. Okay. All right. Trying to figure it out as we go along here. Let me actually post this. Oopsie. I got to take some more of your comments here. Sorry. So we'll keep an eye on that. One moment. Just one moment. I gotta write down these different, keep a note of these different sites. K index is here. The alerts list. We'll keep an eye on that alerts list. Watches and warnings. Okay. A lot of people around the world taking gorgeous pictures of the aurora, the northern lights that they can see because of this, although some of them are not in the north, but they can see because of this geomagnetic storm activity. A lot of those pictures floating around. We just showed some of them from some of our viewers. Let's see here. All right, checking for updates. I have not heard of any like huge power outages or power effects yet, but I'll keep my ears open and let you know what I hear about. Okay. Joanne Schlicker says, how long will it last? They say that geomagnetic storming is likely to persist through the weekend. That is what they say. Nancy Jasper says, any ham radio operators out there to tell us HF radio conditions now? Ben C says there's only 18 to 24 hours between when it's detected and when it hits. That's why you're hearing about it suddenly. One of our viewers said... like their local news. Yeah, just to be clear, guys. So K index is different from the G number. K index is a measure. There's like two measures of geomagnetic storms. There's K and then there's G. So I don't know the specifics here, but what I do know is G5 is when K hits 9. So K6 is different than G6. So what happened in between 5 and 8 p.m. Eastern time, the K level hit 9, and that's why they're calling it a G5 storm. But be careful not to confuse G and K. Oh, thank you. So our viewer, now I can't verify this. But our viewer, Mitchell Pilot, thank you, Mitchell Pilot, says, I am an amateur radio operator. The HF bands, such as the 40-meter band, is completely dead. Again, I cannot verify this. Thank you, Matthew Paget. Matthew says, can airlines operate? I've heard nothing to suggest that airlines cannot operate. So I'll let you know what I hear. But again, I've heard nothing. I personally have not heard or read or seen from, say, the Space Weather Prediction Center any kind of telling regular people to change their behavior at all. So that's what I can tell you. Thanks also to Manly 1979 for your support, and Kellen L. and Bone Mama. and Sill Jars and Alexander Wording. I got to check some things here. I know people are sending me things. Again, I can't steal photos that are floating around. Oh, there's an Aurora forecast I should be able to get you. Let me try to get you that. The Aurora forecast. I don't know how often that's updated. Here it is, a 30-minute Aurora forecast. Aurora forecast. This is I might be able to see this tonight. All right, hang on a second here. We'll read you more about this. Wikipedia says an aurora is a natural light display in Earth's sky, predominantly seen in high-altitude regions around the Arctic and Antarctic. Auroras display dynamic patterns of brilliant lights that appear as curtains, rays, spirals, or dynamic flickers covering the entire sky. They are the result of disturbances in the Earth's magnetosphere caused by the solar wind. And this geomagnetic storm is a disturbance in Earth's magnetosphere. So this says northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere. Probability of aurora. Now you got to hope there's no clouds. This is a short-term forecast of the location and intensity of the aurora. Hey, I might be able to see this. I wonder if I can see it if I go outside. I'm in Boston, which is kind of like here. So I'm gonna post a link to this. I'm going to post a link to this, guys, so you can look at the aurora forecast yourself. I'm posting it in the chat right now. I just posted it in the chat. So there's the southern hemisphere forecast on the right and the northern hemisphere forecast on the left. Forecast lead time 35 minutes. So this forecast is for a half hour for now. I might be able to see it. But that's the North Pole and the South Pole. Right. Bobby D. Robertson says light pollution may keep you from seeing it on the East Coast. Let me see. It says this is a short-term forecast of the location and intensity of the aurora. The product is based on the blah, 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 blah. The forecast lead time is the time it takes for the solar wind to travel from the L1 observation point to Earth. The two maps show the north and south poles of Earth respectively. The brightness and location of the aurora is typically shown as a green oval centered on Earth's magnetic pole. The green ovals turn red when the aurora is forecasted to be more intense. The sunlit side of Earth is indicated by the lighter blue of the ocean and the lighter color of the continents. Fair enough. Aurora can often be observed somewhere on Earth from just after sunset or just before sunrise. The aurora is not visible during daylight hours. The aurora does not need to be directly overhead, but can be observed from as much as 1,000 kilometers away when the aurora is bright and the conditions are right. The aurora is an indicator of the current geomagnetic storm conditions. Interesting. The aurora directly impacts HF radio communication and GPS GNSS satellite navigation. It is closely related to the ground-induced currents that impact electric power transmission. For many people, the aurora is a beautiful nighttime phenomenon that is worth traveling to Arctic regions just to observe, although tonight, people a lot less north or south can see it. It is the only way for most people to actually experience space weather. Okay. So there is your forecast. And I'm in Boston. So it does look like I'm at like 50% probability of aurora where I am in about 25 minutes. So there's the aurora forecast. Hang on a moment here. We'll keep an eye on that as well. Some of our viewers have already sent me pictures where they saw it. Hey, thanks to Deb N, AC Mommy 26, who says nice and clear in here in BC. Hopefully, I'll get to see it tonight. Thanks also Carol W7WXV, who says I am an amateur radio operator and I know the communications conditions on all HF bands are really bad. Thank you, Katya T. Thank you, Axsmith, who says ham radio frequencies are affected. A number of our viewers have said ham radio frequencies are affected. And let me say a quick thanks to our moderators. Oop, hold on a second here. And let me thank our moderators. We have Kinetic is moderating, BZ is moderating, Havasumam, Sarah 55, Cynthia Moon. Appreciate them all. Linda Belk and Larry normally moderate for us on X, but it's weird. Like X doesn't have a chat at the moment, which is kind of strange. But I have to look into that. I'm sorry about that if you normally watch on X and chat there. Over there on Twitch, we have Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Idaho Star, Sarah Papa Bear, Sharon C54, and Tariag. And on Facebook, Christina Neal is there. Margaret Riley is there. Thank you so much. Kay Lowry Body. Thanks to Christy Lane for the Facebook stars. Thanks to Underjolt for subscribing on Twitch. And Haas McKay for the bits, and Wall Street for subscribing. And also thanks so much to Alan Will, too, who says, what will happen to the astronauts in space? I have not heard of any risk to the astronauts in space. We have read from the Space Weather Prediction Center that there can be effects on space travel, on spacecraft, but I have not heard that there will be any negative effects on the astronauts. If I do, I will let you know, but I have not heard that at this point. D. Peterson, our viewer, says, I am in the 90% red zone. The sun just set. So the coloring here is probability of aurora. And when you get to red, it's like it's around 90% or more probability of aurora. Okay. Let's see if I can get you some more updates here. Hang on a moment. AFP says that, sorry, not AFP. Yes, AFP says that this geomagnetic storm threatens possible disruptions to satellites and power grids as it persists into the weekend. Also, NOAA's Brent Gordon told AFP that people should try to capture the night sky with phone cameras, even if they can't see auroras with their naked eyes. He said, just go out your back door and take a picture with the newer cell phones, and you'd be amazed at what you'll see in that picture versus what you see with your eyes. They also say, AFP, that fluctuating magnetic fields associated with geomagnetic storms can induce currents in long wires, including power lines, which can potentially lead to blackouts. Long pipelines can also become electrified, leading to engineering problems. Spacecraft are also at risk from high doses of radiation, though the atmosphere prevents this from reaching Earth. NASA has a dedicated team looking into astronaut safety. And they can ask astronauts in the International Space Station to move to places within the outposts that are better shielded, says AFP. Okay. Officials said people should have normal backup plans in case for power outages, says AFP. Maybe I'll look outside in a little bit. So people around the world seeing Aurora tonight. Let me look this up. Hang on a second here. Someone just sent me something. This is interesting. Thanks to our viewer Aaron. Aaron sent this in from Transpower New Zealand. Transpower New Zealand, the state-owned electric utility in New Zealand. Transpower managing risk to power system from solar storm. But see, they posted this when it was a G4. But now it's a G5. They said Transpower is aware of a G4 geomagnetic storm that's likely to affect Earth this weekend as a result of significant solar activity, producing a coronal mass injection. G4 level events are rare. Well, now it's a G5, which is even more rare, first one since 2003. As part of its contingency plan for geomagnetic storms, Transpower is removing some transmission lines from service across the South Island as a precaution to prevent damage to equipment. This has been done in a way to avoid impact on consumers' electricity supply. In order to do this, a grid emergency notice was issued. At this stage, Transpower does not anticipate any impact on New Zealand's electricity supply to consumers. Again, they posted this when it was supposed to be a G4 geomagnetic storm, but it is now G5. Okay, now just to be clear here, the latest observed is now G4. So latest observations back down to G4. See that 24-hour observed maximums G5, latest observed G4. Let me actually post this. Breaking news. Breaking news. Latest observed conditions back down to G4. I'll make the headline it's weird because it is a G5. It says I'll say conditions observed here. I don't want to misrepresent things. One moment here. One moment here. There we go. Let me just fix the headline here. Oopsie. Okay, so the latest update, Nicole C says that will keep going up and down. Maybe it will. The latest update is latest observed G4. 24-hour max G5. We'll have to see. You can see here, G5 conditions observed, first observed G5 geomagnetic storm since 2003. A geomagnetic storm is a disturbance in Earth's magnetosphere. Let me just read you this again. From from the Space Weather Prediction Center. A geomagnetic storm is a major disturbance of Earth's magnetosphere. And the Earth's magnetosphere says NASA, is the region around a planet dominated by the planet's magnetic field. So it is a major disturbance of Earth's magnetosphere that occurs when there is very efficient exchange of energy from the solar wind into the space environment surrounding Earth. These storms result from variations in the solar wind that produces major changes in the currents, plasmas, and fields in Earth's magnetosphere. And the largest storms, like this one, that result from these conditions are associated with solar coronal mass ejections, where 1 billion tons or so of plasma from the sun with its embedded magnetic field arrives at Earth. So solar emissions, things being given off by the sun, coming out of the sun, is what is causing this. You can see here it says extreme G5 conditions observed. Extreme G5 conditions reached Earth at 6:54 p.m. Eastern Time. Geomagnetic storming is likely to persist through the weekend as several additional Earth-directed coronal mass ejections are in transit. Impacts HF, VHF, UHF communications, GPS, power grids, spacecraft, satellite navigation, and other technologies may be affected. Critical infrastructure operators have been notified. Context. The last extreme G5 event before this one occurred with the Halloween storms in October 2003. That event resulted in power outages in Sweden and damaged transformers in South Africa. Cause. The source has been mostly a large complex sunspot cluster, 17 times the diameter of Earth. Additional activity from this region is expected. Hang on a moment here. Going to check some of the things people have been sending me and sending us. Give me a moment here to check that. Oops, throw this over here. RM sent me an article that said, no risk to astronauts aboard the International Space Station during solar storm, NASA says. Where is that from? Where is that comment from NASA? Let me see if I can get it. Get the original. Hang on. I have a statement here from NASA. CNN posted it, but I'm trying to find the original myself. Well, anyways, here's what NASA said. This is a statement from NASA that CNN posted. NASA said, NASA completed a thorough analysis of recent space weather activity and determined it posed no risk to the crew aboard the International Space Station and no additional precautionary measures are needed. On Earth, life is protected from space radiation by Earth's magnetic field. Although the space station orbits about 250 miles above Earth, some protection is inherited from the proximity to Earth's magnetic field. Solar flares, which reach Earth within 8 minutes, meaning the most recent flares have already passed by, are the electromagnetic brightening of solar active regions. However, this enhanced light does not pose a danger to the crew. However, rare, intense, high-energy solar particle events may warrant crew precautions aboard space station. In these cases, crew members could avoid areas that have lower shielding or shelter in place when there is higher shielding, due to the presence of more station mass between the crew and space environment outside. The current solar activity, they said, has not warranted these precautions. NASA will keep an eye on additional solar eruptions called coronal mass ejections coming toward Earth in the wake of the flares, but do not anticipate concern for the astronauts. That is part of a statement given by NASA, according to CNN. Also, AT&T said, according to CNN, based on what we currently know, we do not expect significant disruption in our networks as a result of the anticipated solar storm. We will continue to monitor closely and take appropriate action as we learn more. wonder if they posted that. Did they post that on their social media? Oops. I'll find out in a second for you. I don't see it there. We'll also have to see when they update this. That is the planetary K index used to characterize the magnitude of geomagnetic storms. And once you get to 9, which it was at from 5 to 8 p.m. Eastern time, that is a G5 geomagnetic storm. All right, hang on a second here. Just checking some of the other things people have sent me. Will internet get disrupted? Said, who's that, Brian? Or Bradley? I've not heard internet would get disrupted in and of itself. Although I guess if there's power issues, that could be something that would disrupt internet. If you're using the power to get your internet. Hang on a second here. Again, you can reach me on X at Lookner. I don't know how to read this. Our viewer, this is not something I'm going to start trying to analyze here. Our viewer, that guy from Oregon, sent me this. So this is a page you can find at the Space Weather Prediction site. I don't know what this means. It says the GOES X-ray plots shown here are used to track solar activity and solar flares. Large solar X-ray flares can change the Earth's ionosphere, which blocks high-frequency radio transmissions on the sunlit side of the Earth. Solar flares are also associated with coronal mass ejections, which can ultimately lead to geomagnetic storms. So, I mean, clearly this line gets bigger here, and that was at... I don't know what the timing is on that. It looks like maybe about in the last hour or something. But it takes, I saw one article that says something like it takes 18 hours for this to impact the Earth. But I don't know about this exactly. So I don't know if that's what we're talking about here. But it's not like if this was going to impact the Earth as a coronal mass ejection, it wouldn't be right away. The latest event is the latest X-ray flare detected by the GOES satellites, either automatically or manually entered if the detection algorithm fails without any regard to any earlier events. Anyways, that's 1 minute data. But it's 1 minute data, but you can see that's May 11th. This is 24 hours there. That's what I should show you right there. Now you can see the scale underneath there. So maybe recently there was another big solar emission. Yeah, if I go here, it says, as one of our viewers said, that's from 9, that says 9:20 Eastern time right there. But I'm not a scientist, so I'm not, my amateur looking at this says, wow, that's higher than it had been any of the previous 2 days. Thanks for sending that in, Oregon. What was it, guy from Oregon? This is the GOES X-ray flux. But again, this would detect solar flares. One moment here. Interesting. I mean, if this has a correlation to the level of geomagnetic storm, I mean, you can see this deviance is bigger than the previous ones the last couple days. But I can't really analyze that for you. I'll wait till the scientists weigh in. Oh, Jen sent me this from National Weather Service Caribou. National Weather Service Caribou posted a picture of an aurora. A faint aurora has been observed northwest of the Caribou Weather Office tonight, they said. That's in Caribou, Maine. There you go, Caribou, Maine. Face Stuffer says, can't wait till it's dark to see the Northern Lights. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Ray Becker. And appreciate it. Ray Becker, thank you. And Deborah Kesey. And Rendering. Rendering says, how far do I need to drive north to see the aurora? So I will just refer you to the Aurora forecast map. I will post the link to this map. This tells you where the aurora is forecast to be seen. So you can look at this and decide. Yeah, so I'm going to try to find you the article. We were reading something about, I think when there's a coronal mass ejection, it takes hours for that to reach the Earth. I'll have to try to find the article about that. Oh, click on play. Oh, there is a play. I didn't even know there was a play button here. There's a play button. How about that? I didn't even know. So you can actually. I had no idea there was a play button until somebody just said it. There you go. I was just looking at the there you go. So you get the whole thing over time. There you go. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sometimes I don't see everything in the chat, so. I was just thinking it was a static picture from right at the end. So where I am, obviously the later it gets, the more aurora, the more places have a higher chance of seeing an aurora. But yeah, so it's queued up to like the end. And the end is right now 2:04. Yes. Yeah, so it's about a half hour. Do I got this right? About a half hour. That forecast is for forecast lead time 34 minutes. But what you're seeing on the screen there is the forecast for 10:04 Eastern time, 27 minutes from now. So I should go outside in a little bit and see if I see anything. See it. But I'll wait. Again, I'll post this again so you can look at it. Aurora forecast map. I just posted it. Hey, thanks the Dactyl, who thinks everyone must be prepared to live partially or long-term without electricity. So, look, again, I have not heard any kind of prescription from the Space Weather Prediction Center or NASA or anyone telling regular people to do X, Y, or Z. But if I do, I'll certainly let you know that. Thanks so much to the Dactyl. Appreciate people sending stuff in. All right, let me just get caught up here. Sorry, a lot of stuff to look at. Bill Cairns, who's a weather person, just posted a picture from somebody who could see an aurora from the Bahamas, which is further south, I believe, than you normally can see it. Yeah, there's all kinds of pictures tonight of people seeing auroras. I'm going to go check in a few minutes. I'm going to run outside and check. I'll run outside and check in a few minutes if I can see anything here. That guy from Oregon believes that this graph showed what he thinks. So this graph does show solar activity and solar flares. So just a few minutes ago, it looks like, just around, just about 20 minutes ago, it did show the graph, as I understand it, showed a flare that was stronger than the ones from the last couple days, as that guy from Oregon says. So look, maybe this will, I'm not an expert here, but if these are the size of the flares and this is a bigger one and it just got detected by the satellite, I don't know how long it takes from satellite detection. So there's the time it takes from the flare itself to reach Earth, but when does the satellite detect it? See, I was confused about that. I think we were talking about two different things. I was saying, I read an article that talked about it taking hours and hours for it to get from the sun to Earth. But that's different from maybe the satellite detects it much sooner with a lot less lead time. I have to try to figure that out. The current conditions right now, hold on. 1 second. 1 second. I'm seeing something here. Hey, alert. Look at this new alert right here. We got a couple new alerts. I think we have new alerts. These just came. When did this come out? It says, well, that came out like in the last hour. All right, these are some alerts. I'm going back through these. So this one says this alert here came out about 50 minutes ago, and it says 50 minutes ago, 50, and it says geomagnetic K index of 9 minus. Area of impact primarily polar to 45 degrees, geomagnetic latitude, possible widespread voltage control problems, and some protective systems may mistakenly trip out key assets from the power grid. Induced pipeline currents intensify. Spacecraft systems may experience surface charging, increased drag on low Earth orbit satellites, and tracking and orientation problems may occur. Satellite navigation GPS degraded or inoperable for hours. High-frequency radio propagation sporadic or blacked out. Aurora may be seen as low as Alabama and Northern California. So they keep updating these alerts. And then this alert from 9 minutes ago said, Type 4 radio emission. Type 4 emissions occur in associations with major eruptions on the sun and are typically associated with strong coronal mass ejections and solar radiation storms. So I guess they're saying that maybe this has to do with this. Again, this is a satellite detection of a large solar flare, it looks like, 20 minutes ago. Around 20 minutes ago there. And so this says that this is an alert saying that a type 4 radio emission was observed, and those kind of radio emissions occur in association with major eruptions on the sun and are typically associated with strong coronal mass ejections and solar radiation storms. And it says potential impacts, area of impact centered on subsolar point on the sunlit side of the Earth. Extent of blackout of high-frequency radio communication dependent upon current X-ray flux intensity. Kind of confusing, all of this. Anyways, but the sun is, put it this way, it looks like the sun is actively flaring, giving off big flares. All right, let me hang on a moment. Hang on a moment here. Yeah, so hang on a moment. Yeah, there's this account called Space Weather Watch, which some people I know follow. I'm not familiar with them personally, and they wrote. I think they're looking at what we were just looking at, and they said like a significant solar flare is also occurring now too from the active region that's responsible for all the chaos closer to the Earth. And they say this intense blast of X-ray energy just reached satellites close to Earth in 8 minutes' time. Yeah, so I think what they're referring to is what we just saw here, right there. Because again, this graph is the graph that tracks solar flares. And just like in the last half hour, there was this big activity there. Okay, hang on. Okay, one moment. Trying to get you some updates here. Oops. Again, you can reach me on X at Lookner. At Lookner. All right, so just to update you guys, we are covering this. It is the first G5 geomagnetic storm since 2003. And so right when we came on the air, it was just after. So what happened at 7:30 Eastern time, they announced at the Space Weather Prediction Center that G5 conditions had been observed. And they said they were observed at 6:54 p.m. Eastern time. And they said extreme G5 conditions reached Earth at 6:54 p.m. Eastern time. Geomagnetic storming is likely to persist through the weekend as several additional Earth-directed coronal mass ejections are in transit. impacts VHF, UHF communications, GPS power grids, spacecraft, satellite navigation, and other technologies may be affected. Critical infrastructure operators have been notified. The last extreme G5 event occurred with the Halloween storms in October 2003. That event resulted in power outages in Sweden and damaged transformers in South Africa. The source has mostly been a large, complex sunspot cluster, 17 times the diameter of Earth. Additional activity from this region is still expected. Hey, thanks to Ricky Field and the Dactyl and Vanessa, our new member, and Desi Des and Seize the Day. Bringing you some live coverage. Give me a shout on X at Lookner. Give me, you know what I want? I would love to get a little more information on something. The New York Times says tonight's storm is the strongest to reach Earth since the Halloween of 2003. It's expected to make the northern lights visible as far south as Florida and Southern California and could interfere with power grids, communications, and navigation system. The effects could continue throughout the weekend as a steady stream of emissions from the sun continues to bombard the planet's magnetic field. Authorities and companies will be on the lookout for the event's effects on infrastructure like global positioning systems, radio communications, and even electrical power. The New York Times quotes an astronomer as saying, communications that rely on high-frequency radio waves, such as ham radio and commercial aviation, are most likely to suffer. That means it is unlikely that your cell phone or car radio, which depend on low-frequency radio waves, will conk out. Still, it is possible for blackouts to occur. Okay. Michael Ebel, our viewer, says, airline pilot here. We had issues yesterday with the HF radio in aircraft over the Pacific. We use VHF over land. WECB640 says, amateur radio is very attenuated weakened this weekend. Hang on a moment. Their website seems pretty slow. I think so many people are on their way. Oh, no, it's still working. It's still working. Hey, I'm gonna have to go out in a second and look and see if I can see the Aurora outside. Is there dangerous radiation to people? I've heard nothing about dangerous radiation to people. Sorry, so many messages coming in. I'm trying to keep up with everybody's messages. Okay, I found out something about coronal mass injections. By the way, our viewer, Justin Woodward, says it takes 8 minutes for any electromagnetic signals to reach Earth, but the plasma clouds of solar wind take days to arrive. He says speed is 8 minutes due to the speed of light. So I found out something here about coronal mass ejections and how long, which are causing this geomagnetic storm and how long they take to reach Earth. So it says right here, if I have it right, this is from Space Weather Prediction Center. Coronal mass ejections are large expulsions of plasma and magnetic field from the sun's corona. They can eject billions of tons of coronal material and carry an embedded magnetic field frozen in flux that is stronger than the background solar wind interplanetary magnetic field strength. CMEs travel outward from the sun at speeds ranging from slower than 250 kilometers per second to as fast as near 3,000 kilometers per second. The fastest directed Earth-directed CMEs can reach our planet in as little as 15 to 18 hours. That's what it says. So for coronal mass ejections, it takes 15 to 18 hours for them to reach, at least for them to reach Earth. Slower CMEs can take days to arrive. All right. So I was wondering about this. Oops. Hang on. And you might say, why are you concerned, Steve, with these coronal mass ejections? Because, hold on, I'll show you here. Where is it here? As you can see here from Space Weather Prediction Center, the largest storms that result from these conditions are associated with solar coronal mass ejections. They typically take several days to arrive at Earth, but have been observed for some of the most intense storms to arrive in as short as 18 hours. But I don't know, in terms of, it looks like a big solar emission was detected around 40 minutes ago. This is a graph that they put out which shows solar flares and solar activity. You can see that right there. This is from Space Weather Prediction Center. But I don't know how long it takes from satellite detection of a solar flare. If it's detecting a CME, how long, what's the lead time from satellite detection to when it impacts conditions on Earth? That I don't know. Some people are saying they want me to go outside and look. Should I go outside and look? People are saying I should go. No, I'm not going to stream it. Yeah, I'm going to go out and look in a second. Yeah, so guys, light from the sun takes, as our viewer said, around 8 minutes to reach Earth. That's the light from the sun. But coronal mass ejections take a minimum of around 18 hours to impact Earth. Okay, so it's two different things. The light from the sun and the coronal mass ejections, two different things. All right, maybe I'll go, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to put up on the screen that I'm going to take 1 minute and run outside and look and see if I can find, see if I see anything. I'll take a photo of it if I can. I can show you the photo if I take a photo. So give me a second. I'm going to do that right now. Say 2 minutes. Let me run out. Okay, here, I'll put this on the screen. So that is the current Aurora forecast. And I'll post this in the chat. Aurora forecast. Alex BZ says, can you give us examples of equipment to turn off? I have heard no recommendation from any authority that any regular person turn off equipment or do anything in particular. I have heard not a single recommendation for any regular person to change their behavior. As I understand it, the recommendations are more for people like infrastructure operators. All right. I am going to right now go out and see if, oops, what did I just do? What did I just do? I just did something I didn't want to do. Oh, there we go. What is that? Oh, I see. Sorry, I know what I was doing. Steve will be back. Why is this all being all weird? Why is this being weird? Why are you being weird? Why? I might have to make a new. Steve will be back in 2 minutes. He is checking outside for the Aurora. Why is that not getting bigger? Why does that not get bigger? Let me do this again. This is really weird. It's really annoying. I don't know why it's doing this, the text thing here. Let's try this one more time. Actually, let's do it this way. Having a little bit of an issue here with the text, so I want to fix that. Here we go. I did it. Steve will be back in 2 minutes. He is outside checking for Aurora. Done. Okay, that should work. There we go. Oops. Typo, though. I got a typo on there. All right, guys. Give me 2 minutes. I am going to check for the Aurora and see if I see it. I'm going to run out there and run back. I'm running outside for 2 minutes and running back, okay? So I'm going to leave this. Oh, this is playing in a loop. Good. This is the Aurora forecast playing in a loop. So give me 2 minutes. I'll run outside and I'll report back what I see or don't see. Hey, that was pretty neat. That was pretty neat. So I went outside outside and I looked around. To the naked eye, I couldn't see anything, but I followed the recommendation of taking some pictures, and the sky was green. The sky was green in certain angles. Looking at the sky was green. So I would do that if you're anywhere in these areas. Go outside, and even if you don't see anything with the naked eye, try your phone, because that may work. So it did work. Was it super green? Not crazy green. It was noticeably green in the pictures. And it's not that way. Like, I could turn one way and I would try to take a picture and it would just be normal sky. So yeah, I might be able to show one by like emailing it to myself or something like that. I mean, it's not a particularly amazing picture. Actually, it's kind of neat. It's kind of neat, actually. Yeah, I got a neat one here. Let me send this to myself, and then I'll put it on the screen. Doing that right now. Okay, I'll show my picture in a second. I'll show my picture in a second. But I definitely recommend doing it. Try to take a picture with your camera, because I didn't see anything with my naked eye. I mean, I'm in like kind of like near a city, you know, so there might be light pollution or whatever. But it actually came out pretty neat. Okay. Let me, oh, I know how to do it. Yeah, somebody said post it on X. Hang on. Give me a second. That'll be easy. There it is. I'm posting it on my personal channel account. I'm gonna show it to you right now. I'll show it to you right now. That was a good idea. Oops, hold on. Let me show you my picture. Here, that's my picture. Oops, let me get the text off the screen. We're having an issue here. Let me get the text off the screen. Okay. There we go. There's my picture. It did not look like that with the naked eye. Okay? It did not look like that with the naked eye. I put the camera up there and it looked like that. And again, it's not that the whole sky looks like this, because when I pointed it in different directions, I didn't get this view. So I think like 2 of the 4 directions I saw green in. So again, go out. You hold up your picture, hold up your camera to the sky. But again, one of the I knew to do that because I was reading an article early in the broadcast, and one of the scientists said people should hold their cameras up because you'll be surprised to what your phone can show. So I wish I could have seen like that with the naked eye, but it didn't look like that. But anyways, yeah, one of our viewers says I can see stripes in the photo. You kind of can see those stripes in there. So there you go. So neat. I just took it with my camera. Took it with my phone camera. All right. So I encourage you guys, go outside if you're near where you think you might see it. Again, I'll post that map again. But even if you don't see it with the naked eye, not the map, the forecast. Even if you don't see with the naked eye, try with your phone. Okay, so I wanted to show you this. Again, this is the Aurora. I'm going to post a link to this again. This is the Aurora forecast. Aurora forecast loops for both poles. So you can go look at, I just posted a link to this. You can look at this and it shows you the time and when you'll see the aurora and when it'll be visible in your area. One of our viewers, the Ouch Ouch, says, nothing in New Jersey, it's cloudy. All right, let's try to get some updates. Give me one moment here. So this is again, the first G5, that's maximum level geomagnetic storm since 2003. Solar emissions cause they impact, it's a major disturbance of the Earth's magnetosphere. And the Earth's magnetosphere is the region of space surrounding Earth where the dominant magnetic field is the magnetic field of Earth. So it is a magnetic disturbance caused by these intense solar emissions coming from the sun. All right. Hang on a moment here. Yeah, and there's all kinds of pictures on social media that you can see. There's tons of social media pics that you can look at that are floating around. So they're not hard to find. Everybody's posting about it. Not everybody, but a lot of people are posting these pictures. Let's, in the meantime, try to get you updates here. So the current, you know who should be posting more updates is Space Weather Prediction Center. And they're saying here that the latest observed is G4. So G5 is the top level of geomagnetic storm. And you can see there it says G5 extreme geomagnetic storm. Physical measure KP of 9. There's this thing called the planetary K scale. And when that hits 9 or above, they call it a G5 geomagnetic storm. So it did hit 9 or above between 5 to 8 p.m. Eastern time, because I have the chart right there. Has this chart updated yet? No. So you can see the estimated planetary K index every 3 hours, and it hit 9 between 5 and 8 p.m. Eastern time, which means it's a G5 geomagnetic storm. The K index is used to characterize the magnitude of geomagnetic storms. And it says the principal users affected by geomagnetic storms are the electrical power grid, spacecraft operations, users of radio signals that reflect off or pass through the ionosphere, and observers of the aurora. And what they said here is that it can affect effects of a G5 is power systems, widespread voltage control problems and protective system problems can occur. Some grid systems may experience complete collapse or blackouts. We haven't heard of any blackouts yet. Transformers may experience damage. Spacecraft operations may experience extensive surface charging, problems with orientation, uplink, downlink, and tracking satellites. Problems with all those things can happen with spacecraft. Other systems, pipeline currents can reach hundreds of amps. HF, high-frequency radio propagation, may be impossible in many areas for 1 or 2 days. 1 to 2 days. Satellite navigation may be degraded for days. Low-frequency radio navigation can be out for hours, and Aurora has to be seen. And Aurora has been seen as low as Florida and southern Texas, typically 40 degrees geomagnetic latitude. And they also said here that, oops, let me go back here. G5 conditions observed. Impacts HF, VHF, UHF communications, GPS, power grids, spacecraft, satellite navigation, and other technologies may be affected. Yeah, so we were talking about this. There was a big solar flare, it looks like, from this graph about an hour ago. And in terms of the ones that happened the last few days, it does look bigger than any of them, or at least as big. It does look a little bigger. I'm not a scientist, so I'm not going to get really into this, but again, this graph measures solar flares and solar activity according to the writing at the bottom of it. And again, just about an hour ago, there was this big thing right here, which was bigger than any of the ones the last couple of days. How long it takes whatever happened here, because I don't know how, when the satellite sees it, how long ago did it happen when the satellite sees it? So, but it does take at least 18 hours for these coronal mass ejections, which can ultimately lead to geomagnetic storms. It takes up to 18 hours, at least 18 hours for those to reach Earth. But I don't know in terms of, I don't know what the delay is. I don't know what the average time is between satellite detection of a solar flare and if it's detecting a CME, how far in advance of the CME impacting Earth does it, Earth's magnetosphere does it take? That I can't tell you. I would like to know that. Okay, give me a shout at Lookner on X, looking for updates here. I haven't heard of any big power issues yet or anything. I will certainly keep you posted on that. Have they put up any of these new watches or warnings? All right, this is a new one from 10 minutes ago. Hey guys, breaking news. An enhancement in the energetic portion of the solar radiation spectrum may indicate increased biological risk to astronauts or passengers and crew in high latitude, high altitude flights. Whoa. Wait, what? It says, warning, new warning. Proton 100 MeV integral flux above 1 PFU expected. Breaking. 10 cm radio burst. All right, so new warning here. That just came out like 10 minutes ago. New warning from Space Weather Prediction Center. I'm not a scientist. Just passing this along. It says, warning, Proton 100 MeV integral flux above 1 GPFU expected. And then it says, potential impacts, an enhancement in the energetic portion of the solar radiation spectrum may indicate increased biological risk to astronauts or passengers and crew in high latitude, high altitude flights. Also, energetic particles may represent an increased risk to all satellite systems susceptible to single event effects. All right. That sounds concerning. So it's, again, I'm not a scientist. It sounds like they're saying this thing is expected. Proton 100 MeV integral flux above 1 PFU expected. Warning condition onset, which sounds like it's happening, but I might be wrong about that. And it says potential impacts and enhancement in the energetic portion of the solar radiation spectrum may indicate increased biological risk to astronauts or passengers and crew in high latitude, high altitude flights. Additionally, energetic particles may represent an increased risk to all satellite systems susceptible to single event effects. This information should be used in conjunction with the current solar radiation storm conditions when assessing overall impact. Also, then down here, it said here, the thing before that, which was half an hour ago, alert, type 2 radio emission. Description, type 2 emissions occur in association with eruptions on the sun and typically indicate a coronal mass ejection is associated with a flare event. Oh, okay. Then this was X-ray event exceeded X1. This one was issued about 40 minutes ago. Potential impacts. Area of impact consists of large portions of the sunlit side of the Earth, strongest at the subsolar point. Radio, wide area blackout of high-frequency radio communication for about an hour. So I think maybe this is talking about, I don't know for sure, but we were looking at this graph that they have. Where's my graph? Hold on, I'll get it to you. This thing. This is a solar flare, solar activity graph. That I can tell you. I know that because it says it. This is from Space Weather Prediction Center. And on this, in this graph shows solar flares and solar activity. And also, solar flares are associated with coronal mass ejections, which can ultimately lead to geomagnetic storms. So if there's going to be a big emission, a big coronal mass ejection from the sun, you should see it on this graph, is what I understand. And this is the last 2 days here. And just about an hour ago, right about an hour ago, you saw this deviation in the graph, which looked bigger than any of the ones the last 2 days. So I think maybe, I don't know. It seems like, and some of our viewers have been saying this, it seems like maybe there was another emission from the sun that was detected by satellite like an hour ago, and that's why they're issuing these alerts, maybe. I'm just guessing. But you can see here, this is a chart showing solar flare and solar activity. And about an hour ago, it reached this, big high point. Oh, one of the viewers said set to 7 day. 7 day. Well, there was a big one back here, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how to read this. I don't know if it gives context. So because I don't know what I'm looking at. So that's 7 day. But once we start getting, I can't say. All I can say is that's, maybe there's something different about these shapes that are different than the ones back here. Not my field. So, but I can tell you that it does show solar flare and solar activity. And we had that thing an hour ago and we got a bunch of alerts. All right, so, but again, I don't know. As I said, I'm not a scientist. I'm not trying to be a scientist. Let me see if there's any new warnings here. I'm not making up these warnings. I didn't make up this warning. That's a real warning that was issued 18 minutes ago. 18 minutes ago. Proton 100 MeV integral flux above 1 PFU expected. Potential impacts and enhancement in the energetic portion of the solar radiation spectrum may indicate increased biological risk to astronauts or passengers and crew in high altitude flights. Additionally, energetic particles may represent an increased risk to all satellite systems susceptible to single event effects. It says space weather scale descriptions can be found here. Are we already looking at that? No, that's we already looked at that. All right. Well, let me see if I can find anything about that warning. Maybe somebody who's like a scientist posted about that warning. I don't know. Let me look at some of your comments too. Oh, did they put an update? No, no update. They haven't updated for hours on the NOAA site, on the Space Weather Prediction Center site. Okay, give me a second here. Trying my best. Trying my best, guys. One of our viewers sent in a picture, by the way. Let me show you a viewer picture here. This is from Jesse Bowling in Pulaski, Virginia. Jesse sent this picture in. So hang on. I want to show you Jesse's picture. Oh, and Dennis Webb sent a picture in too. This is Dennis Webb's picture. Hey, thanks Dennis Webb for sending this in. That is Dennis Webb's picture. A lot of pretty pictures tonight. Thanks, Dennis. And then T Squared from Athens, Georgia sent in pictures. That's from T Squared in Athens, Georgia. Thank you. Nice. Said not naked eye, but iPhone. Gypsol Intin. Here, let me just say, that's Gypsol Intin sent this one. Sent some of these. Okay, and then, hold on. This was Dennis Webb's. I showed you that one before. And there was another one I was going to show you here. Dave Burke sent that one in from Ohio. These are the Aurora. People can see this light, these colored lights people can see because of the geomagnetic storm. Normally, you have to be a lot more north or south to see these lights. Yeah, and Jesse Bowling sent in this one from Pulaski, Virginia. Oh, and Kay sent one in. Uh-oh. Our moderator sent one too. I'll have to show that in a second. Yeah, a lot of pictures here. Then Daniel Hampton from Boonville, Missouri sent a picture in. That's from Daniel. Again, if you're in the area where you might be able to see it, go look. And if you can't see it, look with your camera. Because I actually got a nice couple pictures with my camera of green sky where I couldn't see it with my naked eye. Thanks, Daniel, for sending that in. And in your hands, 444 from Chicagoland sent in this. Sorry. In your hands, 444. So a lot of pictures. You can write to me at @Lookner on X. All right, let me go back. I'll try to get some more updates here. Hang on a moment, guys. A lot of pictures here. I'll try to get to some more pictures soon. All right, so we are covering a rare... Oh, breaking news. Yet another strong flare observed. Yet another strong... They have posted about it. Breaking news, they posted about it. Yet another strong flare observed. They just posted about it. This is what we've been talking about. Another strong flare, guys. Breaking news. Yet another strong flare observed. I think this is what we maybe saw in the graph. What? X 5.4. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news graphic. Space Weather Prediction Center says, yet another strong flare observed. X-class flare, exclamation point. What? X 5.4 flare from region 3664. Region 3664, which has resulted in much of today's geomagnetic storming, remains active. A flare is an eruption of energy from the sun that generally lasts minutes to hours. Flares of this magnitude are not frequent. The flare peaked at 9:23 Eastern Time. The flare peaked at 9:23 Eastern Time. I want to post that. This flare peaked at 9:23 p.m. ET. Wow, that's the one. That's what we saw on the graph. That is what we saw on the graph. So that was it. So the viewer, I think, was Oregon guy who originally wrote to me about that, was right. Effects. Users of high-frequency radio signals may experience temporary degradation or complete loss of signal on much of the sunlit side of the Earth. Breaking news. Breaking news. I'm looking up IMD Pune. The Indian government has a site that says HF communication. The Indian government has a site that talks about it, and it says, am I reading this right? I want to be careful here. Let me go back for a second. Hang on. I want to get you a little more about high frequency radio uses. Wikipedia says the main uses of the high frequency spectrum are military. Hold on. Main uses. The main uses of the high frequency spectrum says Wikipedia are military and governmental communication systems, aviation air-to-ground communications, amateur radio, shortwave international and regional broadcasting, maritime sea-to-shore and ship-to-ship services, over-the-horizon radar systems, global maritime distress and safety system communications, citizens band radio services worldwide, and coastal ocean dynamics applications radar. So it says here, users of high-frequency radio signals may experience temporary degradation or complete loss of signal on much of the sunlit side of the Earth from this new solar flare. And again, Wikipedia says the main users of high-frequency spectrum are all of these. So, breaking news, guys. Breaking news. We were looking at this graph, the solar flare graph. We were looking at that graph. It peaked about an hour ago, we were looking at this, and it turns out that that was indeed a large magnitude solar emission there, because this peaked around 9:20 p.m. Eastern Time, and they just said it. They said in their latest post, yet another strong flare observed. It peaked at 9:23 p.m. Eastern Time. The region 3664, which has resulted in much of today's geomagnetic storming, remains active. A flare is an eruption of energy from the sun that generally lasts minutes to hours. Flares of this magnitude are not frequent. Users of high-frequency radio signals may experience temporary degradation or complete loss of signal on much of the sunlit side of the Earth. Now, if this is a CME, which is, remember, it takes light about 8 minutes to reach the sun to reach the Earth from the sun, but it takes coronal mass ejections at least 18 hours. So if that was a coronal mass ejection and it's being observed in roughly real time, then I would think it would take about 18 hours for that to affect the strength of the geomagnetic storm, but I might be wrong about that. Wow. So they just came out with this. They just came out with this. Thank you so much to K Paquette says there's a proton flux graph as well as X-ray on NOAA's homepage. I don't think I'll understand that, though. I don't even know what it is. I got to do some more research. Maybe I'll try researching it. Thank you, Marty Hagwood, too. I'll try to find your picture, Marty. Thank you, Marty. So we are covering, this geomagnetic storm. G5 geomagnetic storm conditions have been observed for the first time since 2003. Wikipedia says a geomagnetic storm, also known as a magnetic storm, is a temporary disturbance of Earth's magnetosphere caused by a solar wind shock wave. So now that we heard that that's happening, let me do a quick check here. I will do my best to show more pictures, guys. I have a lot of pictures being sent in here, but trying to get you the latest updates first on this storm. And I want to read you that warning again. Now that we know this, I want to read you that warning again. Uh-oh, I might have a live shot. I have a live shot of Northern Lights from Vermont. I have a live shot of some Northern Lights, guys, for you. Hang on a second here. It's not a great shot right now. It's not a great shot right now, but I do have a live shot of some Northern Lights. Maybe they'll get a better one. Hang on one moment. One moment, please. One moment, please. I do have a live shot of some Northern Lights from Vermont. Oh, no, I can't use it. It's no use USA. I don't have it for you. It's not a good shot. It's basically, it's like kind of like haze. So I can't use that one. Well, if I get another one I can use, I'll let you see it. I thought I could use it, but it's Reuters, but it's not for use. It's no use USA. Sometimes the shots are like that. So if I get one, I'll show you some of the viewer picks in a second. Let's go back to that warning that came out. All right. So again, that's the solar flare graph, which showed about an hour ago that new large solar flare. Okay, that's that. And then here's the alerts. Are there any new alerts posted? So this again is that latest alert. We read this when it came out. I'm not an expert. Oh, I want to go here. No, I'm not an expert, but it said special. Oh, is this a new? No, this is the last alert. This came out. Did they update this? Oh yeah, they did update it. This is a new one. This is a new one, but I don't know if it's basically the same. It's new. This one came out 14 minutes ago. It says alert Proton. Yes. So this is something that happened. It's a Proton event. This is an alert for a Proton event that did happen. Proton event. Okay. I think maybe it's a solar particle event. Hold on. I think when I Google it, I get solar particle event on Wikipedia. A solar phenomenon which occurs when particles emitted by the sun, mostly protons, become accelerated either in the sun's atmosphere during a solar flare or in interplanetary space by a coronal mass ejection shock. These particles can penetrate the Earth's magnetic field and cause partial ionization of the ionosphere. Energetic protons are a significant radiation hazard to spacecraft and astronauts. That's from Wikipedia. So I think that's what it's talking about here. It says proton event 100 MeV integral flux exceeded 1 pFu. Okay? It says, and it said this happened, it began at 33 minutes ago. It began 33 minutes ago. Potential impacts, we read you this. So this is the second warning about this. Yes, so the first warning said this proton event is expected. And it said warning condition onset. It had just started happening, or it was about to happen. And now it's actually happened. So it's confirmed that this has happened. There was a proton event. I don't know if it's still ongoing. And it says potential impacts and enhancement in the energetic portion of the solar radiation spectrum may indicate increased biological risk to astronauts or passengers and crew in high latitude, high altitude flights. So is this a biological risk for the International Space Station astronauts? That's certainly something I'm wondering. Additionally, energetic part, so maybe they'll have them shield in a particular part of the International Space Station, as we heard they might do, if conditions warranted. Additionally, energetic particles may represent an increased risk to all satellite systems susceptible to single event effects. This information should be used in conjunction with the current solar radiation storm conditions when assessing overall impact. But this is a new event. This event, it began 34 minutes ago. Now, I hope the astronauts are okay. I hope they can have a safe place to be in up there in the International Space Station. Now, somebody said there was a proton, some kind of chart. Okay, so you guys, there is this graph. One of the viewers mentioned this. So for whatever it's worth, goes proton flux. So I don't know anything about this, but I do know that these lines start going up recently, right? So we know there is a proton event going on, right? And that's the goes proton flux chart. And it talks about proton event warnings down here. Yeah, so I mean, what can I say? Oh, see, so is this what it is? Yeah, see, remember what the warning said. Remember what the warning said. The warning said that 100 MeV integral flux above 1 PFU expected. And then this says warning threshold here anyways. So what I basically know is they issued a recent proton event warning. And if you go to the proton flux graph recently, you can see these lines go way up. That's what I can tell you. That's not very helpful to you. But, click 6 hour view. There's the 6 hour view. Nice. And the 6 hour view shows that this thing started going up at around an hour ago. That's about an hour ago. For whatever that's worth. That's about an hour ago. All right. So anyways, you can look this stuff up yourself. I'm not pretending to be a scientist, but anyways. But that is a concerning warning they issued. Why are they not? You would think with all the interest in this and all this like sciencey stuff coming out that like that on their social media, on their website, they would be posting about this stuff and saying like, hey, you know how that proton event alert just came out? Here's what it means in layman's terms. I mean, because I think people are looking for this information. I got to look at some people. Again, I know people are sending me photos and stuff. I'm just trying to get you the updates on the actual event. And as soon as I can, in a moment, I'll check some more of the photos. But we have a confirmed new solar flare that happened about an hour and a half ago, and a proton event warning for a proton event that began about a half hour ago, which could increase biological risk to astronauts and people flying in high altitude, high latitude flights. All right, there's that. I'll take a second and show some photos here. But you can see it says another strong flare observed. Hang on one second here. Give me one moment, guys. Hey, a quick thank you to Jennifer Cook. Thank you, Jennifer, for your support. Jennifer Cook, thank you. Thank you to all of our moderators who are with us. Thank you to Keisha Fowler and Sarah55 moderating. Oh, is it back up to G5? We're up to G5. Hold on. Breaking news. Breaking news. We are back up to G5. Latest conditions, latest observed conditions, G5. So it went back up to G5. Thanks for letting me know. Hang on. See, latest observed G5. Breaking news. The first G5 geomagnetic storm since 2003. Thanks, Roni, for mentioning that. All right, hang on a moment here. Let me get this up here. There it is, right there. Thank you to MJ323 for your support. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm going to check out the pictures. MJ said she took some pictures in Knoxville. That's awesome. Let me just thank our moderators real quick. We have, I really appreciate it. We have moderating right now Sarah55 and Keisha Fowler. Thank you so much. We also have G5 is the highest intensity geomagnetic storm there is, just so you know. We have Kay Lowry body modding, Christina Neal, Margaret Riley, thank you, on Facebook. Also on Facebook, a quick shout out to Pam Georgia Carver and Ricky Field and Eve Richards for the Facebook stars. We also have moderating Daily Disclosure, David Green, Idaho Star, Mark and NC, Sarah Papa Bear, Sharon C54, and Tariag. Thank you so much. And thanks to Tander62 and Desi in Ma, Florida, and Blue Void 17 for your support on Twitch, and Underjolt and Haas McKayfabe. Thank you. And I apologize. There doesn't seem to be an X chat right now, kind of a weird X thing going on with their chats. So I will be looking into that. Let me just see if they issued any. So the latest news is that the current conditions have gone, the latest observations have gone back up to G5, highest degree, highest intensity, extreme geomagnetic storm. And you can see here it says power G5 extreme geomagnetic storm impacts. Widespread voltage control power systems. Widespread voltage control problems and protective system problems can occur. Some grid systems may experience complete collapse or blackouts. Transformers may experience damage. Spacecraft operations may experience extensive surface charging, problems with orientation, uplink, downlink, and tracking satellites. And also, where is it here? Other systems. Pipeline currents can reach hundreds of amps. HF high-frequency radio propagation may be impossible in many areas for 1 to 2 days. Satellite navigation may be degraded for days, so GPS might be impacted. Low-frequency radio navigation can be out for hours, and Aurora has been seen as low as Florida and southern Texas. I got a picture of an Aurora, which I showed earlier, in outside here, and a number of you have sent pictures in. So we are bringing you live breaking news coverage of the geomagnetic storm, a G5 geomagnetic storm. And, let me shut that off. Let me just make sure there's no more alerts I'm missing. New alert, right here. There you go. Geomagnetic K index of 9. So this alert says the K index is the index of how powerful a geomagnetic storm it is. And when the K index reaches 9, that means you're at a G5. Like, like when you cover a hurricane or you're looking at a hurricane and the wind speed tells you what category it is, G is kind of like category. So when the K index gets high enough, it's a G5. So that is what this alert says. This alert is from 9 minutes ago. And it says geomagnetic K index of 9. I don't know what the little 0 is, but it's basically 9, whatever it is. And it says active warning, yes, NOAA scale G5 extreme. Potential impacts, area of impact primarily poleward of 40 degrees geomagnetic latitude. Why? Yeah, this talks about the possible impacts, which we just read. But this is when they said that they're getting G5 level geomagnetic storm effects going on. That's from 9 minutes ago. I think that's maybe when they changed their website to say latest observation G5. But again, when they say K index, when the K index hits 9, that means it's a G5. Okay. So they just, and I don't want to harp on this, but they did say that there's an ongoing Proton event. So I believe this is high energy particles coming from the sun. And they say that it's an enhancement in the energetic portion of the solar radiation spectrum, may indicate increased biological risk to astronauts or passengers and crew in high latitude, high altitude flights. Also, an increased risk possible to all satellite systems susceptible to single event effects. So again, increased biological risk to astronauts. Oh boy. All right, so we'll keep an eye on the latest warnings. Is this new? No, that's the one we just saw. All right. All right, hang on a moment here. And then have they updated this graph yet? No, this graph has not been updated. This graph should be updated soon. This is the 3 hour. Every 3 hours, they show you the latest K index. K index is the magnitude of geomagnetic storms. There's a K index, and by extension, the planetary K index. So we should be getting another line, another bar here. But you can see the last bar was up to 9. And then here is, for those of you, let's look at some of your photos now too. Sorry, there's just all this information coming out. Let me try to show you one benign positive thing that comes out of this is people can see pretty lights in the sky in areas where they normally couldn't see them. These colorful Aurora lights. So a lot of people are taking pictures of these. I took a picture of one earlier where I am in Boston. But some of our viewers have sent some in. So let me just do a quick check here. I'm sorry if I can't get to all of them. There's a lot of photos people have been sending in. So I'll do my best to show some of them. Let me know where you're taking it from. From Montreal, Mark Sirwa. Mark Sirwa sent this in from Montreal. See? Mark Sirwa. Very nice picture from Mark. From Montreal. Look at that. So that's from Mark. Thank you, Mark, for writing in. Kelly Barry from West Central Iowa sent this in. That's from Kelly Barry from West Central Iowa. Thank you, Kelly. Teddy Bear of Wall Street sent this in from Highland Park, Highwood, Illinois. Thanks. Nice pick. Logan Ackroyd sent these from upstate New York. All kinds of pictures like this tonight. Very nice. Just giving you a little sampling here of some of the photos people have sent in. Bill McMacken from Lexington, Kentucky sent this in. Normally, you'd have to be much further north to see these. But people in the United States in many areas are seeing them tonight. In my area, I could see it with a camera, not with my naked eye. Trisha Saint-Elise sent this in from Richmond, Virginia. Buck family sent this in from Bluffton, South Carolina. Look at this from Buck family. Wow. Thanks, Buck family, for sending that in. May sent this in from North Carolina. This is from May. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get to all the picks right now because there's just so many here, but I really appreciate people sending them in. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best to show picks. But if I don't show your pick, I'm sorry. There's just so many here right now. There's just a lot of them. Marty Hagwood from Mississippi. Some bright pink there from Marty Hagwood. Very nice. R.D. Exility from Midland, Maryland. Look at these. Look at all these wonderful pictures. Okay. I'll get to some more. I'll get to some more. Believe me. Oh, April Coco sent them in too. Thanks, Marcelo, for letting me know. April Coco over the skies of Quebec. This is April Coco on vacation in Quebec. There you go. Look at that. Very nice. I'll get to some more picks. I will get to some more picks. These are great. Hang on a moment, guys. We are bringing you live breaking news coverage. Yes, this is a G5 geomagnetic storm ongoing. I'm expecting that they're going to put out maybe another one of these updates here. Again, they recently was another strong solar flare. Where is, I was going to do something here, and I was going to fix the headline. The headline's a little small right now. And the last one of these was over 20 years ago. And there were blackouts in Sweden and transformer damage in South Africa the last time this happened. There we go. That's better. That's better. It's a little more normal size there. Just fixing the headline. Bear with me here. Takes 2 seconds. Let's check and see if there are any more alerts right now. And this is that graph. This is that graph of the solar flare. So remember, the geomagnetic storms are caused by emissions from the sun, and very strong emissions can result in geomagnetic storms. As it says at the bottom here of this graph by Space Weather Prediction Center, it says solar flares are also associated with coronal mass ejections, which can ultimately lead to geomagnetic storms. And this was the big solar flare. This is the solar flare. This is a chart which shows solar flare activity, solar activity and solar flares. And while we were on the air, there was another solar flare. It peaked around 9:23 p.m. Eastern Time. And that's what they posted about right here. Yet another strong flare observed. Region 3664, which has resulted in much of today's geomagnetic storming, remains active. A flare is an eruption of energy from the sun that generally lasts minutes to hours. Flares of this magnitude are not frequent. Users of high-frequency radio signals may experience temporary degradation or complete loss of signal on much of the sunlit side of the Earth. Is there a new alert? Somebody said there's a new alert on the alert page. Let's see. I am not seeing a new alert. Nope. I read that one. I read that alert. The last one. Yeah, that's the one from 20 minutes ago. It says that there's basically G5 activity. That was the original G5 conditions observed post from about 3.5 hours ago. Extreme G5 conditions reached Earth first at 6:54 p.m. Eastern Time. Geomagnetic storming is likely to persist through the weekend as several additional Earth-directed coronal mass ejections are in transit. And for all I know, that that new solar flare could represent. Could indicate that there's just been another coronal mass ejection, which would those take at least 18 hours to get to Earth. Impacts HF, VHF, UHF communications, GPS, power grids, spacecraft, satellite navigation, and other technologies may be affected. I've not heard of any blackouts or serious power damage or serious electronic impacts. Well, a number of our viewers have said that they use what is it, citizen radio or ham radio? I don't know. I'm not a radio specialist. But a number of our citizens a number of our viewers who use radio, who have their own radio system, said that it was being affected. Lisa Hayes says, unreal here in Alabama. Local news said we would never see it here. Sky is really pink. Well, they probably said you wouldn't see it there when it was predicted to be a G4, which it was. But this thing ended up to be a G5. Hey, thanks so much, Brian Beelman and Hebrew Jerusalem Prince and Aaron Easton. Oh, I think Aaron sent me a picture. I'll try to find that. Hold on. Aaron says, night sky is pink in Dallas. Hang on, I got a couple more pictures here. Aaron sent one from Dallas. Look at that. That's all the way down there in Dallas. Thanks, Aaron. How about that? And then, J.A. J.A. sent this from Central Pennsylvania. Very nice, J.A. Got a ton of pictures here from different viewers. Hebrew Jerusalem Prince. No, I have not heard of any planes grounded yet. If I hear of stuff like that, I will pass it along as soon as I hear of it. Yeah, there's so many pictures being sent to me, and I will show some more soon. I'm sorry. I will get to more. I want to get to more of them. I definitely will. I mean, then a lot of my social media feeds now are just all these pictures being posted from all these different locations. Yeah, Birdie Jones, Northport, Florida. Anyways, I'll keep showing some of these. There's so many, but I'll kind of go back and forth, and I got a lot of incredible pictures here from people. Really nice. Thank you. And if you go outside and you don't see it, hold up your phone, because I couldn't see it with my naked eye, but I could see it with the phone. Hang on. Hang on. All right. Let me see if we have any updates. Hang on a moment here. We don't have any new warnings or alerts or watches. Breaking news! Breaking news, guys. Check it out. They have updated the K-index graph, and it is still at K-index 9. There's the new line. It's still at 9. We're still at G5. Okay, this is the planetary K-index, which is used to characterize the magnitude of geomagnetic storms. They update this graph every 3 hours. They just posted the new bar, and it is still at, as you can see, as you can see there, it is still at 9. K-index is a measure of the magnitude of geomagnetic storms. And when the K-index goes to 9, that means you have a G5 level geomagnetic storm. So they just put that new bar up there, and it is still at 9. So it has been there for 2 3-hour periods. This is Earth. This is not US. This is Earth-wide. If I am in Massachusetts and when I looked at the sky with my phone, I could see green. I took a picture of it. So if you're in Massachusetts, go outside and point your phone at the sky. But that was just updated. That is the planetary K-index from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. That's from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. So from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m., the 3-hour data is it's an indicator of disturbances in Earth's magnetic field. So this it indicates disturbances in the Earth's magnetic field. That is what is happening with this geomagnetic storm, a disturbance in the Earth's magnetic field caused by emissions from the sun. And the last 6 hours have been at max at G5 level, which is the highest level of geomagnetic storm. Wow. Hey, thanks to our new member, Trent. Thanks to yourITremote.com. Thank you to Zan Danga for your support. And Joni, our new member. And Jean Romaine, thank you. I really appreciate it. Kyle Walker as well. And Brian Beelman, thank you. Hang on a second. Sarah Elizabeth from Southeast Michigan sent this picture in. Thank you, Sarah. Very nice. So many nice pictures tonight. I mean, there's just so many. It's crazy. There's that one. Oops. And where's this one? Here's from Kay. Our moderator, Kay, is in Mississippi. She saw in Mississippi. Look at that, all the way down there in Mississippi. That's from Kay. Okay, SB, thanks SB so much, and thanks Low Flyer. I appreciate that. Now, SB said, will we get these tomorrow night too? Look, this storm activity is supposed to continue through the weekend. I don't know. So the stronger the storm is, the stronger the geomagnetic storm is, the more south you can see the aurora, at least in the northern hemisphere. My guess is maybe it's the same for the southern hemisphere, but it's be the more north. The idea is you can see it further away from the poles. But like in the U.S., there is supposed to continue. It's supposed to continue the geomagnetic storm this weekend. But I would depend on how strong. I don't know if it's supposed to be G5 all weekend. I have no idea. All right, new warning. Now I don't know these alerts. See, they regularly update. Now this says geomagnetic K index of 5, right? So a little while ago they said geomagnetic K index of 9, which is the highest level of disturbance of Earth's magnetic field. But they just updated it and they said, oh, I got something else to show you guys too. Yeah, again, the K index quantifies disturbances in Earth's magnetic field. That's according to Wikipedia as well. So right now they just came out with a new alert and it says K index of 5, scale G1. So, you know, I maybe there's just normal fluctuations because they've been coming out with these all night and it goes back and forth. And some of them like say K index high and some of them say K index lower. So I don't know what the expected, I mean, I can go back, like this one said K index of 5. This one said K index of 6 expected. This one said K index of 6. And so they kind of keep coming out with these. So the latest alert was K index of 5, whereas a little while ago there was K index of 9. But I don't know if they'll update the site to say that. Hold on. If we go to home here, yeah, it still says, oh yeah, that's why it says none right there. See that? Latest observed none. That's interesting. Look at that, guy. See, it fluctuates. Latest observed, there's no G level right now. So we saw it go from G5 to G4, back up to G5, and now it's at none. Oh, now it's at moderate. We just saw it change. Now it's at G2. Now it's at G2. It's at G2 moderate. So the none might have been just like a temporary blip. I don't know. I think this G2 here matches the alert we just saw. Because we just saw that new alert that said K index of 5. And K index of 5 correlates with 5 is yellow, G1. G2 is 6. I guess they're calling it 2 now. Anyways, that's the scale. So we've seen tonight the current state of disturbance of Earth's magnetic field, which that K measures. We've seen that, you know, go up and down. So the latest observed level of disturbance of Earth's magnetic field is a moderate one. That just came out right now. Okay. So I don't know whether to say the storm is ongoing. I'm going to say that because we've twice had G5. We've twice had G5 conditions. So you know, until I hear that they're not, or maybe I'll just say it's kind of hard. Rare extreme G5 geomagnetic storm conditions. I don't know how they define a geomagnetic storm, a G5. I mean, I know it's a G5 because they've been saying it. And they've been saying first one since 2003. But during the storm, you can have fluctuations, I think. So anyways, I'm going to stick with my headline, Rare Extreme G5 Geomagnetic Storm. Ongoing, even though it doesn't say G5 right now. So it's a little confusing. I mean, I could say rare G5 geomagnetic storm conditions. Fred says it comes with waves. Anyways, I'll keep an eye on it. I'm going to leave the headline for right now. But again, right now at this moment, the latest observed is G2. Although, given that there was recently a large solar flare, I would think the impacts of that are going to be felt hours away. Anyways, How about this? Rare extreme G5 geomagnetic storm. I'll say conditions observed. Why not? Maybe it's why, just to be safe here. Just to be safe, I'll put it this way. Let me fix the headline real quick. I gotta fix the headline. Wow. Oops. One moment here. Yeah, we'll go with it. We'll go with this. We'll roll with this for now. Okay, we'll fix this. Fix that like that. Yeah, I would not be surprised if it goes back up. All right, you can write to me on X at Lookner. I have not heard. Oh, let me show you the Aurora forecast in case you haven't seen that. Aurora forecast, guys. Oh, here's the proton flux graph. So look at this right there. That's the 3-day, and that's the 6-hour. So starting like, when was this here? This was about an hour and a half ago. You can see the graph starts going up there, goes proton flux. So in case you missed it, the space weather condition, the Space Weather Prediction Center did issue an alert about a proton event. Which I think is what you're seeing on that graph. And it said that there was a proton event, 100 MeV integral flux exceeded 1 PFU, potential impacts, and enhancement in the energetic portion of the solar radiation spectrum may indicate increased biological risk to astronauts or passengers and crew in high latitude, high altitude flights. Additionally, energetic particles may represent an increased risk to all satellite systems susceptible to single event effects. So certainly my guess would be like on this proton flux graph, when you see this go up recently, that is connected to this proton event, which said could threaten the biological risk, could increase the biological risk to astronauts. So sounds like when I looked it up on Wikipedia, I got it. I actually have something here. I got some description of this. I have a description. Hang on. Where is it here? I can tell you more. Where is it? Okay. This is what they say at the Space Weather Prediction Center. They say solar proton events result from fast coronal mass ejections. Coronal mass ejections also can lead to geomagnetic storms. And we've been hearing the SWPC saying there have been coronal mass ejections going on. So solar proton events result from fast coronal mass ejections. During a solar proton event, satellites experience dramatically increased bombardment by high energy particles. Okay? Fluxes of particles with energies greater than or equal to 10 MeV can reach 43,500 protons per cm2 per sec per STER. Anyways, so as high energy particles can reach Earth anywhere from 20 minutes to many hours following the initiating solar event. So as I understand it, A proton event, like they're talking about here, is an instance when you have an increase in high energy particles coming to Earth from the sun. And that's what this alert was about. What's the latest alert? No, we already looked at that alert there. All right. Wow. Yeah, so this, I think, oh, and this is the Aurora forecast. I'll post a link to this. This is the Space Weather Prediction Center Aurora forecast. You can look at this. That's the North Pole and that's the South Pole. And you can get the forecast by time. See how the clock moves? It's like a half-hour loop. And this will show you the darker colors are when there's, oh, you know what? I think I know what's going on. No, I don't. So this is showing you when to go out and where to go out and look at the aurora. And it kind of goes in cycles. So I just posted a link to this. So what you can do is you can find out, you can see where you are on the map, and then you press play, and you figure out like, hey, at what time is there going to be like red or yellow or something over where I am, if it's going to be there. And you can see there like red is like 90% or more probability of aurora where you are, whereas green is like 10%. So you just have to end up at the right time in the right place. But that'll help you figure it out. I just posted the link in the chat to that. Mark Stringer says, I see the aurora now in South Mississippi. First time I've ever seen it here. Now this says, now I'm looking at this. I'm looking at it from Boston. What does it say there? It says, because I took a picture with my phone, but I didn't actually see it with the naked eye. Maybe I went out at the wrong time, but this says, okay, it says there. Boston is not even quite. Yeah, Boston's in the green there. We're not in a great place. Well, sort of. That's about, all right. Anyways, you can look at that and figure out if you are in an area where you might be able to see it. M says you can see pinks with the naked eye. I couldn't see it with the naked eye where I was. I can only see it with the camera. Hey, Jeff Beavis. Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate that. And Brandy as well. Yes, it is a 30-minute forecast. So this forecast runs to... Oh, is it not updated? Oh, I don't think I'd hit update. It says it goes to, anyways. This forecast lead time 61 minutes. Anyways. That's universal time there. I'm confused. 5:10 universal time. 2, 3. It goes till about midnight. Yes, this forecast goes like a half hour ahead of now, basically. I'm going to post that again. I didn't even click the one on the other side. You can play the one on the right too if you're in the southern hemisphere. Okay, it's the same thing. So let me post this. Let me post this again. This is a short-term forecast of the location and intensity of the aurora. The forecast is the lead time it takes for the solar wind to travel from the L1 observation point to Earth. The two maps show the north and south poles of Earth respectively. The green ovals turn red when the aurora is forecasted to be more intense. The aurora is an indicator of the current geomagnetic storm conditions and provides situational awareness for a number of technologies. The aurora directly impacts HF radio communication and GPS GNSS satellite navigation. It is closely related to the ground-induced currents that impact electric power transition. An aurora is the only way for most people to actually experience space weather, they say. Okay, I'll post that again in the chat. Aurora forecast. I just posted it in the chat. I just posted a link to it in the chat. A new alert. New alert, breaking news, news update. We are back up to G3 level. We are back up to G3 level. Current K9, current geomagnetic storm strength is now G3. Strong magnetic interference with Earth's magnetic field. We are back up to G3 now. We've been up to G5 twice. We are back up to G3. They just updated that. You can see the link right here. It says geomagnetic K index of 7 out of 9. So they post an alert whenever the current conditions change to a certain degree, or maybe it's a certain amount of time between each alert. As of now, the aurora may be seen as low as Pennsylvania to Iowa to Oregon. So I am assuming that when you're having a bigger disturbance, when you're having a stronger geomagnetic storm conditions, it's going to lower where that line of where you can see it. But right now it's as low as Pennsylvania to Iowa to Oregon. Oh, thank you again, Jeff Beavis. That's very nice of you, Jeff. Thank you. Our viewer, one of our viewers is seated in Central Idaho. Is that what they said, or Ohio? Sorry, I saw it. Ohio. Thanks, Triple Donut, for your support as well, and Annie Cush over there on Twitch. And also, thanks to Christy Lane for the Facebook stars, and Corey Oreo. And editor Larry. Editor Larry says dashboard space weather enthusiast so he can see all the info. I don't know. If you guys want to go to that site, you can go there. Oh, here? I see. Okay, you're saying it's part of this site. It's part of this site. I didn't understand what you were saying. Editor Larry mentioned space weather enthusiasts. So you can go here on the Space Weather Prediction Center site and you can see, I don't know what I'm looking at. This doesn't help me. It's for enthusiasts. I don't know what I'm looking at. What can I say? So the greatest observed 3-hour K index over the past 24 hours was 9. Yes. Anyways. Yeah, I think this was issued at 8:30 p.m. This is old. This is now 3 hours old, this whole prediction thing over here. But yeah, you can go to these space weather conditions and you can look at all this stuff. I don't really know what I'm looking at here. Oh, this geomagnetic activity is, what is this? KP index? Well, that's not even updated. I don't think, because we should be seeing some. This is like an old chart, because it's gone up to like G5. Anyways, thank you though for the heads up about that. One moment here. I am checking for some updates. I'm going to show some more photos from people because I got so many photos here. From Linwood, Michigan, Joseph Earl Egon sent this in. Thank you, Joseph Earl Egon from Linwood, Michigan. Thank you. The Prepared Ranch from Tucson sent this in. Very nice from the Prepared Ranch. Oh, from Chile. Our viewer from Chile, A. Fenosi from Punta Arenas, Chile. Look at this. South America. Very nice. Luke Tatum in Arkansas took a little video here. Thanks, Luke. That's from Luke. I got a lot of these, a lot of really cool photos tonight. Easy from Southern Ohio. Oh, Easy deleted it. Well, thanks, Easy, though. Curious Hobbit, Eastern Tennessee, sent this one in from Curious Hobbit. Then there's so many, I mean, so many people are just posting these on social media tonight. Canada Dry says, is air travel going to be affected by this? I have not heard of any effects on air travel, but I don't know. But I have not heard of it. Money Cure says the G level will increase when the next pulse hits Earth. Richmond, Kentucky, Dawn Scorevan sent this in. Very nice from Dawn. Thank you. Fed Up Hippie sent this from the Florida Panhandle, Pace. All the way down in there in Florida, in the Panhandle. Oh, from a flight to Seattle. This is a cool one from Original Pringles. She was on a flight to Seattle and she took that out the window. How about that? A lot of you guys in the chat have seen these have seen the lights tonight. Yeah, there's so many. Ironclad Brad from New Hampshire sent that in. Very nice, Ironclad Brad. All right. We'll show some more. There's too many for me. I can't show all of them. There's too many. They're great. Update. We're up to G4. Breaking news. We are back up to G4. We're back up to G4, guys. I just saw it right there. G4, severe, latest observed storm level. Geomagnetic storm. We have interference in the Earth's magnetic field caused by solar emissions, and we are up to G4 again. It says geomagnetic index K index 8 of 8,9 minus. So they just changed the alert level, and they said Aurora can currently be seen as low as Alabama and Northern California. High frequency radio propagation sporadic or blacked out. Satellite navigation GPS degraded or inoperable for hours. Anyone having any GPS issues? Systems may experience surface charging. Spacecraft systems may experience surface charging. Increased drag on low Earth orbit satellites, and tracking and orientation problems may occur. Induced currents, possible widespread voltage control problems, and some protective systems may mistakenly trip out key assets from the power grid. Induced pipeline currents intensify. So we're back to G4, 4 out of 5 current conditions. Maybe we'll be back at G5 in a few minutes. Thanks, Longboard Ninja Master, who got some pics from New Hampshire. Thank you. Thanks also to Shameless Senpai. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see if we see. I have not heard about any reports of blackouts from this or anything. So we'll have to see. The first G5 level geomagnetic storm since 2003. CNN says scientists are warning an increase in solar flares and coronal mass ejections from the sun have the potential to disrupt communications on Earth into the weekend. Solar flares can affect communications and GPS almost immediately because they disrupt Earth's ionosphere or part of the upper atmosphere. Energetic particles released by the sun can also disrupt electronics on spacecraft and affect astronauts without proper protection within 20 minutes to several hours. One Shot says Massachusetts is supposed to be the strongest viewing point between 2 to 5 a.m. Well, I'll have to, if I'm around, I will take a look. And Wikipedia says auroras are the result of disturbances in the magnetosphere caused by the solar wind. Major disturbances result from enhancements in the speed of the solar wind from coronal holes and coronal mass ejections. And the solar wind, says Wikipedia, is a stream of charged particles released from the upper atmosphere of the sun, called the corona. Okay. I wonder if we'll be back up to G5 shortly. We definitely could be. Hey, thanks to Martin Gingerich. Martin is in Ohio, looking south to see the green hue. Thanks also Switch the Channel and Sunflower Girl for your support as well, bringing you live coverage. Leafs fan thinks that we'll be back to G5 within the next 25 to 45 minutes. I need to put a couple eye drops in, guys. Hang on a moment here. Yeah, I wonder what kind of impacts we will see. Will we see impacts to power? I mean, I'm sure we'll, I'm guessing, seems like obvious we'll see some impacts, but we'll have to see what gets reported. Let's see here. The Washington Post says geomagnetic storms are created when a surge of particles and plasma from the sun temporarily jostle Earth's magnetosphere, sometimes resulting in the northern lights or technology disruptions. The classification from NOAA runs from G1 to G5 in terms of how severe they are. This is the first G5 one tonight for more than 20 years. The intense geomagnetic activity, says the Washington Post, is a result of several eruptions from the sun's surface known as coronal mass ejections. At least 6 erupted from the sun earlier in the week. Interestingly, the Washington Post says at lower latitudes, that's going to be further away from the poles, red auroras are more common because red occurs at higher altitudes and can be seen farther away from the poles. Will we be back up to G5 shortly? We'll have to see. Leonette Tarpley sent this from Colorado. Thanks, Leonette. Oh, Sean TV, that's so generous of you. Thanks so much for your support. Sean TV. I wonder if Sean is seeing the northern lights out west. Thanks, Sean. Very nice of you. LT sent this from Black Mountain, North Carolina. Very nice, LT. Thank you. Rebecca Askew sent this from London, Ontario. Thank you, Rebecca. Nice picture there. Nancy Elizabeth says, my family got great shots in Ohio. Justin Woodward sent this in from Belleville, Michigan. Thank you, Justin. Crashman sent this in from South Central Ohio, Adelphi. It's just crazy. Everybody has like amazing pictures. Now switch the channel, says G5 in 20 minutes. The Discover satellite can report solar storm conditions before they arrive. Now, I haven't seen that. Maybe you're right, though. I don't know. I haven't seen it. Thanks, Switch the channel. Much appreciated. Schizo in Rochester, New York sent this one in. We'll show some more shortly. Thank you. How long is it going to last? It's supposed to continue. The geomagnetic storm is going to continue through the weekend. I don't know if it's going to be this strong through the weekend. That I don't know. SP says 7 coronal mass ejections in total, more incoming. I can't confirm that number, but maybe it is right. Thank you, SP. Thanks also to Jimmy Mack. Michael Enlow from Southern Indiana. Again, there's so many of these great pictures. Thank you, Michael, for sending that in. All right, do we have any updates here? Let's see. This is that This is that solar flare graph where that big solar flare happened about, what, 2.5 hours ago? Not much going on there right now. Oops. Looks like, according to the graph, hang on. According to the graph, why can't I get out of this? There we go. According to the graph, they've been happening the last couple of days. This spikes like 3 times a day, maybe every 8 hours or so. Chris F says no power here. I'm going to check on power outages. I haven't heard about huge power outages, but I mean, poweroutage.us, really, the only states with like a lot of power outages now are Florida and Mississippi. But I don't know. There might be some other reason they have power outages than this. I have not heard that this has caused any power outages in the U.S. or anywhere else yet. The one in 2003 caused blackouts in Sweden and transformer damage in South Africa. But I have not heard a single report from anywhere of like, oh, this city's power is down or something like that. Brent McDougall sent this in from Prince Edward Island, Canada. Thank you, Brent. There you go. Very nice. Kevlar said weather related in Florida. Judd sent this from Rutledge, Minnesota. Very nice. Eve Richards sent this one in. Very nice, Eve. Oh, you know what? I now remember. There was some bad weather. I know, like, I think it was in the morning. Because I know Tallahassee had some really bad weather. Maybe a tornado, I'm not sure. But that was, I think it was it Friday morning, I think it was. So maybe that's why they lost power. Hang on a moment. Let's see if I have any updates here. And just to show you again that that Aurora forecast. Here is the Aurora forecast updated here. You can get that at the Space Weather Prediction Center site. So you got to press play on these. Hey, CNN says minutes away from next solar storm wave across North America. So where is that information? One of our viewers said it was coming up, and they said minutes away from next solar storm wave. So where is that? Can you find that somewhere? Thank you, Philip Nicholson. Thank you, Shaft, for your support. Thank you, Mike K212, for your support. Thank you, Jimmy Mack and SP. Oh, you're saying, people are saying if you just look at this, you can see, because like it tells you when the aurora is going to be bigger. Is that the idea? Right? Is that the idea? The aurora gets bigger when there's bigger geomagnetic storm effects. So is the idea that like CNN might be just looking at the aurora forecast map? People are saying yes. Okay, that makes sense, because this is a forecast map and it goes into the future. So if you look, it starts really blowing up at, let's see here. I'll pause it right there. So that would be, that time is, wait, but that's 1904 UTC. What? I'm confused. Now I'm really confused. Why is this on a, is this like not updating? Oh, there it is. 04. All right, that's better. No, you know what's weird? Look. When you played, the video is not playing. That's the problem. Look at this. Guys, look at this. That says 4:28 Universal Time, which is 12:28 a.m., right? So that's what it says. It says 4:28 Universal Time. But if you play the video is an old video. So the video is not updating, because the video only goes up to, oh no, the video does go up there. All right, the video actually goes all the way up. Or does it? Let's see. Yes. Yeah, the video goes up all the way. I wish the scale was a little different on the video. I see. So the last peak, oh, that's interesting. So that's a peak. That was a peak right there at around, gosh, that's 7:30. That's like 3:30. Okay, fine. And then now I'm really confused. Then it's not a peak. Sorry. You know, I feel like the scale wasn't as long before. This is like it's like a 24-hour scale, isn't it? It says 420. Are we not? Why does it say 428? Because look, it says 428 there, and then it says 502. Yeah, I think there's some weirdness going on here. Before, I feel like these videos were like a half hour long. It's just something's not right. Yeah, I understand UTC is 4 hours ahead, right? So that's like 12:28 a.m. And that's all well and good. But then if you go back here, it says 5:02, which is almost 24 hours ago. It's like, yeah, it's like a 24-hour video. Again, I think something's messed up with the video. It wasn't like that before. I don't think. I thought before the video was like a half hour long. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I was misreading it before. But it's kind of tough to use this. I mean, you can use it like this. If you just literally go to the end. If you just go to the end. No, it says it's a short-term forecast. It's a short-term forecast and provides a 30 to 90-minute forecast. Anyways, that says 12:28 a.m. So it's supposed to be there at 12:28 a.m. I refreshed it. I did refresh it. Yeah, Trinity says it's a 24-hour video. It looks like a 24-hour video. I'm not sure why that is, because it's more helpful when it's not 24 hours. But maybe that's the way it always was. Anyways, if you go to this page, you can at least see what it will be like at 27 minutes from now. That's from 27 minutes from now. Assuming that, yeah, right? Anyways. But hang on. We're still at currently G4. We're currently at G4. Oh, page not found. Uh-oh. What's going on here? What's going on here? There's some issues at the space weather prediction site. Look. You can't even click on this anymore. This was a graphic posted 2 hours ago. You click on it, it's not there. Uh-oh. So they're having some issues there at the site. That was working before. Yeah, some people said they're having a problem with the website. I mean, yeah, there's so many people on this website right now. But I don't know if they're updating here. Like, are they still updated? Is this really latest observed or not? Oh, are there any more alerts? Let me see. Yeah, this alert is old. This alert is from like 24 minutes ago. Although maybe that's the last one. So I'm waiting to see if we get back up to G5 level storm again. Hey, thanks so much to, Switch the channel says check space weather live and look at the real-time solar wind chart. I will. Thanks also Joseph Fiorentino, who says cloudy on Long Island. Can't see anything, unfortunately. I'm sorry about that. Well, there's so many pictures people have posted, so you can check those out. Thank you so much, Joseph. Thank you also, Megan71. Hang on one sec here. If you guys go to spaceweatherlive.com, you can see they have a solar wind graph. And they say with the current speed, it will take the solar wind 35 minutes to propagate from Discover to Earth. Okay, so just a heads up, guys. If you want to check out, I'm going to let you, I'll tell you where you can find this site. It's called spaceweatherlive.com. So if you want to check it out, you can go to spaceweatherlive.com, and it has a solar wind, real-time solar wind. It says real-time, and I guess there's a 35-minute delay. So check out, if you want to see that, spaceweatherlive, all one word.com. Mr. Showtime says I'm using their app. So I'll keep an eye on that as well. Space Weather Live. It is run by Parsec VZW, a non-profit organization from Belgium, which consists of several websites about astronomy, space, space weather, aurora, and related subjects. Interesting. Most of the generated data belongs to NOAA. Okay, I'll keep an eye on this. So again, you can check that out at Space Weather Live. I guess they're getting that. Does NOAA have a solar wind graph? Can I find the solar wind products and data? How about here? This is the NOAA site. Solar wind, real-time solar wind. It's right there. Is it going to work for me? Real-time solar wind. It should be right here. It's not working. It's not working. It's not working. Guys, the real-time, we're having issues. Oh, there it is, real-time solar wind. Okay, that's real-time solar wind. I don't know what I'm looking at here, though, guys. I don't even know where to look. I don't know what I'm looking. I don't know what's going on. Speed means nothing to me. This means nothing. It's meaningless. It's meaningless to me. Yeah, good luck reading it, says Editor Larry. Exactly. I don't know what I'm looking at here. This is not going to be helpful for me. Yeah, that's not going to be something I can really do much with. But that is, they do have a real-time solar wind graph up there. I thought it was going to be kind of a simple speed one, like the one on Space Weather Live, but it's not. No new watches and warnings. This is the same one as from like a half hour ago. I'm not aware, again, I have not heard of any. This is the first G5 level geomagnetic storm. You have solar emissions disturbing Earth's magnetic field. And this is the highest, this is the most, the first G5 one since 2003. I have not heard of any kind of like big power outages or anything from this, or damaged transformers. But if I hear of anything, I'll let you know. Pico and Subulba, this is the first G5 since 2003. Partel Bonza says Starlink showing internet access errors. Is it affecting Starlink? That I don't know. Olivia says, Cleva XD says, my Starlink is fine. Aaron says, Starlink is fine here. Chris sent this from Virginia Beach, Virginia. That is from Chris. So many nice pictures. Melissa Phillips sent this here with her dogs looking at the northern lights. Thank you, Melissa. I got so many pictures from people. There's so many good pictures tonight. Rye Guy from northern Indiana sent one in. Oops. Mackenzie from Kansas sent one in. JMP from Southeast Georgia sent one in. There's so many. It's just way more than I can show. With an osprey in the bird's nest. Very cool. Scott from Concord, Alabama sent one in. The Space Weather Prediction Center person is one of the people at Space Weather Prediction Center is doing an interview right now, and said they've been in contact with various people who work with critical infrastructure. They haven't updated this in a while. Are we at Q5? Somebody said, Christopher claims we're at Q5. Hang on. Do we have another alert? They haven't issued the alert on Space Weather Prediction Center yet. They haven't issued a Q5. They haven't issued a new alert yet. I'm looking, though. I'm looking for it. Leafs fan thinks it's coming any minute. Here's a graph of the last few days, what the K index is, the amount of magnitude of geometric storms. And you can see the last few days that it hovered around 1 or 2. And then about 12 hours ago, it went up to 7.5 or so, and then 8.5, and then 9 for the last 6 hours. 9 is it makes it a G5 storm, max level. No, it's still a G4 as far as I can tell. They haven't even posted like any updates on this. It's like I wish they would post more of these updates here. Oh, this picture is working. Oh, this picture wasn't working, but it's working now at least. It's supposed to go through the weekend. I don't know if it's going to be as strong over the weekend, but it's supposed to go through the weekend. Show a couple more pictures while we're waiting for another update. Yeah, I don't know when I'll be able to see it the strongest. Jacob Patillo sent this from Marietta. I should see if I can see it again outside. Enjoy the show sent this from Western North Carolina. Nice. I've heard no reports of power issues anywhere so far, but maybe there are some. Hey, thanks Big Brother Bree, who says viewing a beautiful aurora now in Wisconsin. A lot of people are commenting that like they're in some area where they never would normally see an aurora and they can't believe they're seeing it tonight. Oregon guy pointed out that on the Starlink website, they did say that Starlink is currently experiencing degraded service. I don't know if that has to do with the geomagnetic storm. Starlink is satellite internet, but they did say their team is investigating. Patricia says, amazing here in Kentucky. Michael Wilkinson sent this from Jasper, Arkansas. Very nice. Mythical saw some color in Georgia in the sky. Yeah, I haven't seen a new alert since this one, and this was an hour ago. This alert was an hour ago, and they haven't updated the G level. I have heard of nothing. I've heard of no significant impact to commercial aviation that I know of. A couple people are saying check flight radar, but that's not going to do me any good. Why won't it do me any good? Because I don't know enough about what I would expect to see. Yeah, I'll pull up flight radar. So I don't know what it normally looks like at this time of night. This is not telling me anything. Now, if I saw no planes anywhere in the world, that might say something. I mean, I can't make heads or tails of this. This doesn't mean anything to me. If for all I know, this looks exactly like it always looks. So it's not really going to be helpful for me to pull this up. Believe me, if there's something going on with the aviation, we'll hear about it. Oh, Key West. Misplaced Mama in Key West sent this one in. Very nice. Great place, Key West. Hey, thanks, Shadows. I appreciate that, Shadows. Thank you. Juniper is in Hamlin, New York. Very nice. I mean, so many cool pictures. People should frame. If you took a good picture tonight, you should frame it and hang it up where you live. You'll have a great picture to hang up that you took. Dreamlight Valley took this just in southeast Louisiana. Now, I don't know if people are actually seeing this real color with a naked eye, because for me, the color I could see only with the camera. Someone I followed took a picture too where it was like very bright red, but they said, well, it's not this bright with your naked eye. So I don't know how that's happening for you. Yeah, no update that I've seen from the Space Weather Prediction Center site lately. Yeah, we're still waiting for another alert from them. Patricia said, faint with naked eye, pink sky is definitely visible. Yeah, I'll probably go out for another in a little bit for like a minute just to look again. I looked earlier. Our viewer Easy says, with the naked eye, it was 1/5 the brightness of a photo. Sunflower Girl says, I needed the camera on my phone. Where's that forecast map? I need the forecast map. I'll pull that up. The 30-minute aurora forecast. It says here, this says, that's the forecast for 28 minutes from now. Yeah, I'm in Boston, and I'm looking at this here, and for me, yeah, Boston is not really in there. It's kind of on the edge of the green. The green is like 10% probability of aurora. I'll post the link to this. I'm going to post the link. I didn't even have to adjust my phone at all. I just took the picture of it. Worked great. We got to get another update here. Still no updates. Teresa in Auburn, Alabama. I used to live right near there. Sent a picture. This is from Teresa in Auburn, Alabama. I lived in Opelika for a little bit. Very nice. Ophelia says, it looks this vivid with the naked eye in Michigan. That's what Ophelia said. Very nice, Ophelia. Pam and SC says, I've seen pictures from as far south as Key Largo. One of our viewers from Key West sent a photo in. Our viewer, Unverified Bear, thinks it's the best looking aurora in the history. Still no new alert. Same one. We've been at G4 for a while. Lisa Lee says, went back outside in northern Indiana, no lights right now. So we've been bringing you, so I'm interested in seeing what happens. Again, I don't know what kind of impacts this is going to have. The last G5 storm in 2003, there were power outages in Sweden and transformer damage in South Africa. You can see they did say here. HF, VHF, UHF communications, GPS, power grids, spacecraft, satellite navigation, and other technologies may be affected. Mary Maggie says, great view in Buffalo in western New York. Peter S. thinks light pollution is a huge factor in how much color you get. Yeah, I don't know what kind of GPS outages we might see. I honestly don't know. And I don't know if this is going to stay G5 for a while or not. Don't know. Oh. No, we haven't gotten a new alert. They were doing so many alerts. I wonder if because it's later at night. Because they were doing so many alerts earlier. So I'd like to get you another alert from them. I'm waiting for that. Our viewer Carissa Clark says it was a bit too hazy out to see much with the naked eye for me. though I might have managed to see some slight green streaks. However, my phone on night mode managed to capture this in Warsaw, Indiana. Look at that. So she wasn't even seeing much with the naked eye. Yeah, we've already been at G5 levels geomagnetic storm conditions multiple times tonight. Twice, I think. Big Brother, I think the Starlink launch is scheduled for the 17th, if I have that right. It wasn't scheduled for tonight, I believe. Not Starlink, not Starlink. Oh, I wasn't talking about Starlink. You're talking about the Boeing Starliner launch? Yeah, the Boeing Starliner launch is May 17th. That wasn't supposed to be tonight. Thanks, Big Brother Bree. Which we may cover. It's been a while since we had a new alert. A while, guys. That's that same one. Just so you know, at weather.gov, National Weather Service, they say a geomagnetic storm is a worldwide disturbance of Earth's magnetic field, distinct from regular daily variations. And it occurs due to the sun emitting things. By the way, Associated Press says the most intense geomagnetic storm in recorded history in 1859 prompted auroras in Central America and possibly even Hawaii. The storm poses a risk for high voltage transmission lines for power grids, not the electrical lines normally found in people's homes. I think this was the National Space Weather Prediction Center. I think that said that earlier today. The thing is that was when they thought it was going to be a G4, not a G5. Yeah, a lot of the information about this, the predictions were based on it being a G4. Which is what was predicted. USGS says a geomagnetic storm is a period of rapid magnetic field variation. It can last from hours to days. And the USGS says that one of the causes of geomagnetic storms, which I believe is what's happening today, is this. Right here. The sun sometimes emits a strong surge of solar wind called a coronal mass ejection. We've been hearing about that today. This gust of solar wind disturbs the outer part of the Earth's magnetic field, which undergoes a complex oscillation. This generates associated electric currents in the near-Earth space environment, which in turn generates additional magnetic field variations, all of which constitute a magnetic storm. And it says, sometimes the sun emits a coronal mass ejection at a time when the magnetic field lines of the Earth and sun are directly connected. When these events occur, we can experience a truly large magnetic storm. Yeah, the alerts, the rate of alerts from Space Weather Prediction Center have slowed down greatly. I wonder if there's like a Wikipedia article on that 1859 one. Yes, look, guys, while we're waiting to see if this gets back up to G5. The Carrington event. The Carrington event, says Wikipedia, was the most intense geomagnetic storm in recorded history. In 1859, it created strong auroral displays that were reported globally and caused sparking and even fires in multiple telegraph stations. It was most likely the result of a coronal mass ejection from the sun colliding with the Earth's magnetosphere. It was associated with a very bright solar flare. That was the first, it was observed by astronomers, the first records of a solar flare. A geomagnetic storm of that magnitude occurring today would cause widespread electrical disruptions, blackouts, and damage due to extended outages of the electrical power grid. That's the one in 1859. You can read about that on Wikipedia. I assume that would have been a 5. It sounds like it was greater than this one, and 5 is the highest you can be. Hey, thanks to Boo 12. Thank you. Still no new alert. It's been about an hour. This last alert was about an hour ago. Programmer Jeff says, I see nothing outside. Leafs fan says Carrington event was off the charts. Then there was this thing, in case you missed it, which was this. I think this was the Proton event that was warned about. This happened around the time that the new big solar flare happened, around 9:30 Eastern time. And then I don't know how to read this, but this is it's talking about it's a proton flux graphic, but it says proton event products are issued for several thresholds and for 2 particle energy levels. Proton event warnings are forecasts of a proton event. Warning of the onset of a proton event and warning of the expected persistence for a proton event already in progress. And that happened tonight. There was a warning about protons. They result from solar proton events result from fast coronal mass ejections. During a solar proton event, satellites experience dramatically increased bombardment by high energy particles. And then they issued a warning at the time that there was a biological risk to increased, possibly a biological increased risk from the proton event to astronauts and people flying on high altitude, high latitude planes. We still don't know if the astronauts on the International Space Station, did they go somewhere to shield from this, especially after that alert? This was this alert here, back here. An enhancement in the energetic portion of the solar radiation spectrum may indicate increased biological risk to astronauts or passengers and crew in high altitude, high latitude planes. So I'd be interested in knowing if the, I'd read you in articles before saying that there are some places on the International Space Station that are more shielded. So I'd be interested in knowing if they actually went there, if they did anything in response to this. Oh, thank you to JB, by the way. I appreciate it, JB. Thank you. Thanks to your family for watching. And also Modi Cool from Canyon Ridge Park, Colorado, who says, was a very prominent purple, now dying down. Thank you. Yeah, still no updates on, we're currently at G4 level. I wonder how it's supposed to be. This is the current forecast. Yeah, I don't even, again, for me, I'm like down here. I don't even think we're in this thing now. This is the Aurora forecast graphic. You can get a forecast of where the Aurora will be in like a half hour ahead. That's the two different, the North Pole and the South Pole. Our viewer Holly House says, first time ever seeing the Northern Lights. I assume she means Northern Lights. And they were also visible by eye, not just camera. They rained down and slow danced in the sky. Watched them from 9:45 to 11 EST. Very cool. I'll show a few more photos. I know there's so many photos here. Our viewer Amy from Gretna, Nebraska sent a couple photos in. Very nice. Amy from Gretna, Nebraska. All people all over. Got a picture from South America early, one from the UK. Knoxville, Tennessee from Deja Sue. Yeah, somebody just messaged me about Starlink. They said on their site they were having some issues, but I don't know if that has anything to do with this. I just don't know. Our viewer JD says imminent coronal mass ejection arrival is first observed by the Deep Space Climate Observatory Discover satellite located at the L1 orbital area. Sudden increases in density, total interplanetary. Oh, what is this from? Hold on. There it is. Sent me a link. Space weather phenomena. What are we talking about here? Where did he read that from? I don't know where he got that from. There's a specific article. Oh, here. coronal mass injections. They are large expulsions of plasma and magnetic field from the sun's corona. They can eject billions of tons of coronal material and carry an embedded magnetic field, frozen in flux, that is stronger than the background solar wind interplanetary magnetic strength. They travel outward from the sun. They can reach our planet in as little as 15 to 18 hours. Imminent CME arrival is first observed by the Deep Space Climate Observatory satellite, located at the L1 orbital area. Did they update yet? No, I don't know when we're going to get another update from this Space Weather Conditions Center. They haven't updated that for like over an hour now. Thank you to Joseph Valo, who says, I got a video of Starlink satellite trained with my Psionics Opsin night vision during the Northern Lights around 9:45 p.m. Oh, you took a video of the satellites. That's interesting. I saw the Starlink satellites once fly overhead. A number of our viewers are saying that they're not seeing it in California. I don't know if it's cloudy there or what. PR Blythe sent this in from Huntsville. Very nice. Dodgers fan took one in Palmdale. So we're talking about this strong geomagnetic storm that's going on, where you have emissions from the sun causing a disturbance to Earth's magnetic field. USGS posted this. What are the hazards of magnetic storms? This is a G5 level tonight. It is hit G5 level, highest, first G5 geomagnetic storm since 2003. Our technology-based infrastructure can be adversely affected by rapid magnetic field variations. This is especially true during magnetic storms. Because the ionosphere is heated and distorted during storms, long-range radio communication that relies on sub-ionospheric reflection can be difficult or impossible. And GPS communications can be degraded. You can get satellite drag and make ionospheric expansion can increase satellite drag and make their orbits difficult to control. During magnetic storms, satellite electronics can be damaged through the buildup and discharge of static electric charges. Astronauts and high-altitude pilots can be subjected to increased levels of radiation. That's astronauts and high-altitude pilots. Even though rapid magnetic field variations are generated by currents in space, very real effects can result down here on the Earth's surface. That includes voltage surges and power grids that cause blackouts. That's from USGS. Still no new watches. Still at G4. It's supposed to last through the weekend, they had said. But I don't know if it'll be at this level throughout the weekend. It is likely to persist through the weekend. Thank you to Erroneous, who says, according to TH Graphics, should peak around 2 to 5 EST. Heading to northern Indiana right now to reach a dark sky. Hey, so if you look at that map, I don't think that map goes up to 2. I don't think the Aurora map goes up to 5 p.m. EST. Yeah, there's the map, the Aurora forecast map, but it goes up to that's not Eastern time, that's universal time. So that's a 4-hour time difference. 5:14 UTC is 1:14 Eastern time. Oh, thanks so much to Lucas Malek. My cousin and his roommate said they could see the Aurora from their apartment in North Carolina. Northern North Carolina, I think you said. Thanks, Lucas. Thanks to Erroneous31 as well. Yeah, I mean, also it's going to, it's not just about what the size of the Aurora is going to depend on how much disturbance there is, how strong a geomagnetic storm it is. So no matter about what time of day it is. I would like to get you another update. Nope, no new alerts. No new alerts. Let me show a few more photos here. Can't remember which ones we showed. RJ says, I took this over my pond in Nashville. Oops, very nice. RJ. Hey, thanks, Dodger Blue. Much appreciated. I really want to get you guys at least one more update about what the level is. Excuse me. The Hill says that the Aurora is a result of charged particles ejected from storms on the surface of the sun as they collide with the Earth's magnetic field. I'm going to give it a few more minutes to see if we can get an update. The updates have slowed down. Peter Newton mentioned this, that NWS El Paso said, who had seen the Northern Lights in El Paso, Texas on their bingo card for 2024. We sure didn't. Yet normally, what is the upper limit normally for the Northern Lights? Here's the Wikipedia article. Do they say where? Most auroras occur in a band known as the Aurora zone, which is typically 3 to 6 degrees wide and in a latitude between 10 and 20 degrees from the geomagnetic poles at all times. A geomagnetic storm causes the aurora ovals north and south to expand, bringing the aurora to lower latitudes. Susan Parker says, I'm not seeing anything in North Carolina. Tony Stark says the Carrington event was a G4. Well, I'm confused if that's the case, because one article we read about Carrington event, now maybe it was wrong, said that all this bad stuff would happen if the Carrington event, that geomagnetic storm in 1859 happened again. The New York Times says, as nuclear reactions occur on the sun, it routinely expels material from its surface. And the emissions are what is causing this geomagnetic storm. The New York Times also says the current storm is caused by a cluster of sunspots, dark, cool regions on the solar surface. The cluster is flaring and ejecting material every 6 to 12 hours. Earlier today, or earlier on Friday, I guess it was, Brent Gordon of the Space Weather Prediction Center said, we anticipate we're going to get one shock after another through the weekend. Hey, thanks, Patrick Davis. Patrick, yeah, I don't think this has anything to do with the timing of spring. Thank you, Patrick. I appreciate it. Thank you also, Walter Beasley, who is playing tonight. Thanks, Walter. Yeah, I mean, they were posting a lot of updates before, and I don't know how many we're going to keep getting overnight, because we have now not gotten a new update for like an hour and 20 minutes about the geomagnetic index, about how strong a storm it is. And we were getting those pretty fast earlier. So I don't know if it's stayed at G4 or they're just not updating it as much at the moment. Allison F. says, I'm in Kansas. It's amazing. Hey, thanks, Jenna Taylor. Jenna says, I never thought this would be an amazing May. I mean, so many people tonight, I think, got to actually see a geomagnetic, an aurora. the northern lights or the southern lights, depending on where they were, who never thought they'd see it. I saw it through my phone. But while we were on the air, we saw that flare. We didn't see. We saw it on the chart, and they came out and they said, region 3664, which has resulted in much of today's geomagnetic storming, remains active. A flare is an eruption of energy from the sun that generally lasts minutes to hours. Flares of this magnitude are not frequent. Aaron, yes, thanks, Aaron, who asked, could it be because the site is getting hammered? Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I wonder, is it the kind of thing where are they not giving as many updates because things are just not changing as much? Or are they not giving any updates because it's almost 1 a.m.? I don't know, where is the Space Weather Prediction Center located, right? It's located, if it's on the East Coast, a lot of people might have gone to bed. Maybe they don't have the staff to do the overnight updates. The Space Weather Prediction Center is, it's located in Boulder, Colorado, so. But I do wonder if it gets later, they're not going to, maybe they just don't have a big staff there, and I don't know. I just don't know if they have the resources. Oh, it's also the weekend. Ashara Jade says those guys are off on weekends. Look, I wouldn't be surprised if there's somebody there at all times or something, but maybe it's some sort of smaller staff. And, also, we've seen people. I just saw somebody on a news channel from the Space Weather Prediction Center do an interview 40 minutes ago or something like that. So maybe they're doing a lot of press and stuff, and I don't know. Or maybe they just feel like there's not a great need to just constantly update it from G4 to G5 to G3 or whatever. Angie G says, will it be active tomorrow as well? It's supposed to go through the weekend. I can't tell you what level. CAA says, faint in SoCal. I can see it through cameras. I'm going to stay on a little longer and just see if I can get you another update. I really like to get you another update as to what's going on. But we haven't gotten a lot from them. I mean, lately, a lot before. CNN says, for those who are too busy to witness the phenomenon tonight, the Aurora is supposed to last 3 nights. That's according to CNN's Chad Myers. So that would be Saturday night and Sunday night. Yeah, and we talked about this before, but a reminder also that CNN posted is, it takes light about 8 minutes to reach the sun, to reach the Earth from the sun. But what the CNN says, an astrophysicist, Jenna Levin, said the energized particles that are causing the current wave of Aurora travel a lot slower, causing the phenomenon to last for the weekend. They take hours or maybe tens of hours. So, I mean, this might have been another coronal mass. For all I know, when this strong flare was observed about, 4 hours ago, that could be another coronal mass ejection. Maybe this flare here is going to result in more aurora viewing. But as I understand it, if there's a coronal mass ejection, that takes at least 18 hours to get to Earth. So if this strong flare that was observed a few hours ago, eventually, if that material reaches Earth, and that's going to cause another, aurora for people to see, or in different places, that could be 15 hours from now or more. This is a video of coronal mass ejections that's posted on their site there. I don't know if that tells you that much, but. Thanks, Dodger Blue. I appreciate it. Where is the alerts? Where are their alerts? Here we go. No, they haven't. They still haven't posted another alert. All right, a few more photos. I know I didn't show everybody's photo. The fortunate thing is I have not heard of any kind of serious infrastructure issues tonight, so that's something. Let me show some more photos here. From Mount Juliet, Tennessee. Brian sent me this from Mount Juliet, Tennessee. Thanks, Brian. Nice photo. Eric Safford from Southport, Florida. Mostly read at his friend's yard. Sorry, L. Safford sent this in from Florida. Look at that. Very nice. There's so many here. John Daly from southern Mississippi. Here's John's photo from southern Mississippi. And I have also not heard any kind of prescription to behave differently from any authority for regular people. Just to clarify. Patricia Gallardo sent me this thing. Patricia Gallardo, that on Space Weather Live, they have a predicted KP indices, but the source is from NOAA. Yeah, I did see on the NOAA site a prediction about what the index is, about how strong will be the next couple of days, but I didn't know how recent that prediction was. Because, even as of earlier today, they were saying G4, not G5. So I don't know that those predictions have been regularly updated, the ones on the site, on the NOAA site. So I didn't even bother showing those because I didn't know how updated it is. Oh, Hungary. A viewer in Hungary sent pictures in from there. Horvath Norbert was working at a night shift at a railway station. Wow. And turned off all the lights. This is from our viewer Horvath in Hungary. Very nice. Very cool. Thanks for sharing that. Thanks for writing in. Oh, also our viewer CR Rich mentioned that the National Weather Service Spokane put this out. It's extreme. Actually, this came out 4 hours ago. This is not a new warning. This is from 4 hours ago. Extreme geomagnetic conditions observed in severe geomagnetic storms expected to continue through the weekend. The NOAA Space Weather Prediction Center has observed extreme G5 geomagnetic conditions Friday afternoon and expect severe G4 conditions to continue through the weekend. Again, I don't know how updated that is, but they certainly saw G5 tonight for some of the night. A geomagnetic storm of this strength can cause multiple and widespread issues with various power and communication systems. Widespread voltage control problems may occur. Some power grid systems may experience component failures. Disruption of service and protective device trips. This could result in blackouts. There could be that this weekend. We'll see. Pipeline currents can reach hundreds of amps. GPS and other satellite navigation may be degraded or unavailable for days. High-frequency radio propagation may be impossible in many areas for 1 or 2 days. Low-frequency radio navigation can be out for hours. Aurora may be visible at lower latitudes. That's similar information on their site. Thanks, CR Rich. Candy Los took a picture of the Big Dipper in the Northern Lights in Weston, Wisconsin. That's from Candy Los. There's the Big Dipper right there, see, in the Northern Lights. Nice picture from Candy Los. They still haven't updated on the NOAA site. On the Space Weather Prediction Center site. Nope, no new alert. Still on G4, the alert from an hour and a half ago. Hour and 40 minutes ago, I think. Hour and a half ago. No, hour and 40 minutes ago. Nicole Stark sent this from southern Alabama. That's far south for the Northern Lights. No, I don't. A G5 is the highest on the scale. Peppy the Scuba Frog sent this from Michigan. Very nice. Wesley from the bottom of Missouri sent a lovely photo in. Thanks, Wesley. Candy's Yarncraft says, seeing the lights now in Alberta. Rebecca Jones said the Northern Lights from Tucson were amazing. So many people saw these tonight. All over the world, people were watching these things. Taking pictures. Woodpecker in East Missouri took this. Thanks, Woodpecker in East Missouri. There's so many. Woodpecker 82. Stacy outside of Montreal. Isaac says, was watching a drive-in movie at Blue Ridge, Georgia. Very nice. At the drive-in. If you're looking for the map, the Aurora prediction map thing, the Aurora forecast map. I'll post the link in the chat. I will post the link in the chat for you. Yeah, you can go here and you can get a picture of the forecast. That's what it's supposed to be in a half hour, 34 minutes from now. It says that will be 1:44 a.m. That's like in a half hour from now. Unfortunately, Massachusetts, where I am, is kind of out of it right here. But you can look and see it on. You can see the forecast for both south and north. So I'll post a link to this. There you go. Hey, thanks, Maddie's mom, for your support. Berenico as well. Thank you. Johnny Ringo says, could see it in Georgia about an hour ago. I'm glad I went out and saw it while I did. I could see it through my camera, not with naked eye. But it looks like I can't now. There's so much on social media. There's so many pictures going around. Scott Manley, who's he does a lot of space content. He said, we've been talking about this before, but Scott said it as well. He said, the Aurora might not be readily visible to your naked eye, but you can frequently use the long exposure mode on iPhones and similar devices to bring out the color in the sky. Even if you can't see anything, try taking a good picture. That's what I did. Worked well. Sergeant Glowy from Southern California took this. You can kind of see a little color there. Oh, nice. Very nice. Ryan in North Carolina, Central North Carolina. Very nice, Ryan. This is probably the most photographed geomagnetic storm and the most photographed aurora. Elijah Durham in Northeast Alabama. Very nice there. N.R. Smith said, why only pink in the southern states? Yeah, I saw an explanation of this before, and I can't remember. We read an article that talked about this. But yeah, it's just, the color does depend on how far south you are. Yeah, so like space.com says that there's an article in space.com that says the red occurs at higher altitudes and thus can be seen further away from the poles. Secondly, yeah, so basically it's just, I think where you are on the Earth, it changes how high you're looking in the sky, I think. Uh, Hang on a second here. SpaceX is still saying we are currently experiencing degraded service. Our team is investigating. I don't know if this has anything to do with the geomagnetic storm. I don't know if we're going to get another update for a little while. Probably get another update as to the strength when I get off the air. But yeah, they haven't put out a new, like, what are the current conditions, what level is the geomagnetic storm in about almost 2 hours now. Oh, thanks, Big Philip. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to show a few more photos. That is what I'm going to do. I'm going to show a few more photos. We'll do that. I'm going to do a few more photos because I know there's a lot. So I'll get a few more of those in. But before I do that, I would like to show a few of those. Just a few more. I just need 1 minute. I'm going to be back in 1 minute, and I'll show a few more photos. Hang on one second. All right, time for a couple more photos. Time for a couple more photos. People sent in a bunch, so we'll do a couple more here. Hang on a second there. All right, here we go. A few more photos here. Let's see. Coos Bay, Oregon from UV lightning. Kind of a hint of green here from UV lightning in Coos Bay, Oregon. Nice. Mine, I saw green where I was. I didn't see any red. I saw green. Thanks, UV lightning. Let's see here. Ann Irvine from Ann Arbor, Michigan. Creepy Aurora photo. Wow. From like a cemetery. Thank you, Ann. Very nice. Hey, I heard back from Horvath in Hungary. Thanks again, Horvath, for sending the photos in. Colorado, Leonette Tarpley took this from Colorado. Thanks, Leonette. Very nice. Jeremy Woods in Florida, Alabama. Florence, Alabama. Florence, Alabama, from Jeremy Woods. Thanks, Jeremy. So many people in so many places. Rosie D in Landrum, South Carolina. We might have hit, I don't know, we've hit a lot of states tonight. Jamie Del Valle in Mandeville, Louisiana. Some people got like purple. Thank you, Jamie. Craig Doherty in central Massachusetts took a bunch of them. Thanks, Craig. I'm sorry if I didn't show your photo tonight, guys. I got too many photos. There's too many to show. Cadian from Northwest Oklahoma sent that in. Yeah, I already showed one from Hungary. I got one from Hungary and one from Chile. And some Canada too once. Yeah, Gemini Rose sent these from Canada. I got a bunch. Northwestern Ontario. I got a bunch from Canada. Abita Springs, Louisiana, from Rachel Bullard. Thanks, Rachel. Louisiana, all the way down in Louisiana, seeing northern lights. New Brunswick, from Jen Snyder in New Brunswick, Canada. Nice. Oh, is there a new update? Hold on a second. Well, still G4. Let me see. Yes, a new update. We got a new alert update. It says, Type 4 radio emission. Description. Type 4 emissions occur in association with major eruptions on the sun. Did this just happen, guys? There's an alert for a Type 4 radio emission. New alert. Type 4 emissions occur in association with major eruptions on the sun and are typically associated with strong coronal mass ejections and solar radiation storms. New alert just came out. 7 minutes. This is from Oh yeah, so it began. It just came out. It began about an hour ago. It began like an hour ago. The alert just came out, but it said the Type 4 radio emission began around 1 hour ago. New alert from Space Weather Prediction Center. A Type 4 radio emission began at 12:20 a.m. ET. These emissions are occur in association with major eruptions. Type 4 emissions occur in association with major eruptions on the sun and are typically associated with strong coronal mass ejections and solar radiation storms. So I guess there might be another. There was a big solar flare around 9:30 p.m. It's like 4 hours after, but maybe there's another emission going on there again. So an interesting update there. Interesting update. There you go. But again, they say that the radio emission began an hour ago. Whoa, that's a random video playing on social media. That shouldn't be happening. So that it sounds like that means that the sun is doing another big ejection of material. Coronal mass ejections are what I believe, from what we've read, are what is causing this. Periodic coronal mass ejections are what are causing this geomagnetic storm. And so it looks like maybe there's another one happening. They are large expulsions of plasma and magnetic field from the sun's corona. So every so often, the sun has been, the last few days, putting out these big bursts of material. Anyways. So I don't know if we'll see something like, I don't know how long it might take to register, but there's this graph we showed you before of the, where is that graph? Remember, a coronal mass ejection also takes at least 18 hours to reach the Earth. So if there is like a big coronal mass ejection going on now, and that's going to, disturbs Earth's magnetic field in some big way, that's not going to be felt until at least 18 hours from now. I guess there's some radio signal that was detected or something. I'm not sure, but that'd be my guess. Maybe it's this. The solar radio flux at 10.7 cm, 2800 megahertz is an excellent indicator of solar activity. So maybe there's certain radio waves that they can detect that show what's going on the sun. The F10.7 index has proven very valuable in specifying and forecasting space weather. I don't know if it's that one they're using or not. I am trying to find that graph. What was the solar flare graph? Where was it? The solar flare graph. What was the name of that graph? The solar flare graph. Anyone remember? I had it up here. Now I can't find it. It's not proton flux. X-ray flux, was that what it was? Oh, I think you're right. Yeah, this. So, you know, maybe we'll see something on this eventually. Anyways, that's an interesting update, though. Thanks, Blissful Essence, for the gift memberships, by the way. I appreciate it. Yeah, somebody just said wrong graph. So the person who said wrong graph confidently apparently missed the part at the bottom where it literally says the GOES X-ray plots shown here are used to track solar activity and solar flares. It wouldn't be the internet without people confidently telling you they're right and you're wrong when obviously they are wrong. Welcome to the internet, everyone. All right, guys. So I'm not. We very well might do more coverage of this weekend. You know, and it'll be very. So as I said, as I showed you, one report said that there's supposed to be Aurora stuff the next couple nights, the next 2 nights. That's my understanding, which is kind of neat. I don't know if it'll be if the auroras will be as visible because I don't know if it's going to be as strong as strong storm activity as happened tonight. I mean, tonight it was G5 a couple times level, the highest level. So we'll have to see that. And I also don't know what that latest update meant. Sorry, what that latest update basically meant to me is that the sun is doing another one of its things where it gives off a lot of material. And periodically it's been pumping out material every few hours or every 6 hours or 10 hours or whatever. And that's what's causing the geomagnetic storm. So it's still doing it. These things called coronal mass ejections, these large expulsions of plasma and magnetic field from the sun's corona, that's what is causing the geomagnetic storm, as I understand it. So another one is happening there, which suggests the storm is going to last longer. That's how I took that news item there. It's basically saying another one is happening. So that's how I took that. The sun is burping, said I. Heimdall. So, but again, it takes at least 18 hours for a coronal mass ejection to at least to reach Earth. So as long as the sun is doing that, the geomagnetic storm is going to continue. Coronal mass ejection. Okay, but we haven't heard yet of any kind of like big infrastructure impact from this, thankfully, so far. So that's going to be something we're looking for. But yeah, again, but it sounds like this thing is still going because it sounds like another strong coronal mass ejection is happening. That alert was due to the flare 4 hours ago. I don't know about that. I mean, it seems I don't know. Does it take that long? I mean, the solar flare. They had posted earlier that a solar flare happened around 9:30 p.m. So, I mean, would they post this? Would they post this as an alert if it was just radio signals from the solar flare from 4 hours ago they already reported on? I guess in theory they could be. Doesn't seem like that is nearly as interesting. I'm assuming this is about a new solar flare, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's about the one from a few hours ago. I don't know. Ryan says that's a new alert. Anyways, so look, what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to be keeping an eye out for this. If there's big developments like, like, I hope there isn't, but if like there's like a blackout somewhere or something like that, we very well might come on and do more live coverage of this. We'll have to see how it plays out this weekend. But I will certainly keep an eye on it. And again, we might do more live coverage depending on how things develop. We'll have to see. But hopefully, there's not any kind of big infrastructure impact. But we'll have to see. And so subscribe and follow if you want to know when we're going live. We cover all kinds of live breaking news here without an agenda, agenda-free TV. I really appreciate you joining the stream tonight. And all of the people who've been sending in pictures. We showed a lot of pictures. I couldn't show all of them, but there were a lot of really cool ones. And I really appreciate that. And a lot of people very helpful in our chat with your comments and suggestions and updates and helping me try to make sense of some of this science-y stuff. So I appreciate you helping out in the chat. And I will post updates on my X account if I'm not on the air, which is @Lookner. You can follow me over here, @Lookner. And @Lookner on X, I'll post a link to this in the chat. But that's where I post breaking news. And also, the site, people sometimes ask for links for the sites we are looking at. The site we are looking at, a lot of the time, is called Space Weather Prediction Center. If you just Google Space Weather Prediction Center, you can get to this site and look at all the graphs you want. They have all these, I didn't even look at them all. There's plenty we didn't look at, but they have all these different websites there and resources for you to look at. The Space Weather Prediction Center. Just go there and you can check out all the stuff there. And but I do really appreciate you guys being here. And again, I'll keep an eye on it, and maybe we'll do more coverage of it as things develop. But I'm just not seeing that many updates right now. So I think we're gonna wrap up this stream. Hey, I really appreciate our moderators. Thanks so much to our moderators for being there in the chat. You guys are awesome. Really appreciate our awesome moderators. They are the reason that we can even have chat rooms. So big shout out to you, people over there like Ruth Krafasi on YouTube and Danny James. Thanks, Danny and Ruth, all of our other YouTube moderators who have been there. We've had a bunch. Thank you. And Linda Belk and Larry over there on X. I don't know what's going on with the X chat. Recently, there's been no chat for the X broadcast, which is weird. I couldn't even see a chat when I went there tonight. So I hope they fix that. But thanks, Linda and Larry. Over there on Twitch, all of our moderators there, like Idaho Star, Mark and NC, Sarah, Papa Bear, Tariag, all of our other Twitch moderators who have been there. And also our Facebook moderators, hold on a second here, like K. Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, J.A., Paul Anderson, Christina Neal. Hopefully I'm getting everybody. All of our moderators, thank you. I know I owe a thanks to... over there on Twitch, thanks to Device X for resubscribing, and Triple Donut for the bits, and Annie Cush for subscribing. And yeah, thanks to everybody who donated. That's super nice of you guys. You are the ones who keep this channel on the air with your support. So I really appreciate the donations. Really awesome of you. If you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge thanks to you. Much thanks. And what else can I tell you? So I never know when big news is going to happen. I didn't know I was going to cover this tonight. I thought it was going to be a G4. I saw it was a G5 and I jumped on the air. But you never know when big news is going to happen. So if you want to get informed when we're coming on the air and not miss a broadcast, the best thing you can do is sign up for our free notifications. We created a notification system that works really well. You sign up once for free, and then you get sent a notification right before we go live every single time, and it works awesome. It doesn't mess up. It pretty much always works, as opposed to some of the notification systems on the platforms. So sign up for our free notifications. The mods will post the link in the chat. It's also on our YouTube and Facebook. If you go to the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook, you'll find the notifications link there as well. And let's see. Hang on one moment. Hang on one moment here. Sorry, this is all weird here and funky. Let me fix this here. Hey, thanks to our Discord mods too. We do the notifications through Discord. Thanks to our Discord mods. And also, thanks. If anybody's interested in being a volunteer moderator, that would be awesome. Sometimes we have a wait list, but you can ask our moderators about more about that. And also, speaking of Discord, we do have a Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. A lot of our viewers like doing that. And the link, you can check out the chat at the same link you use for the notifications to sign up for that. You'll see an option to check out the Discord chat, so you can check out the Discord chat as well. If you do subscribe, follow the channel. Sometimes you gotta do make sure your notifications are turned on the platform you're watching on. So like on YouTube, if you subscribe on YouTube, there's this funky thing you have to do, which is you have to click the notifications bell and choose all notifications. So on YouTube, there's a bell. See, there's a bell there. You gotta click the bell and choose all notifications to get the YouTube notifications. And I want to give a shout out. So I hope we don't get any kind of big disruptions for this. I think the good news tonight is we didn't hear about blackouts or huge infrastructure problems. But let's hope that continues. Let's hope that continues. Let me just check something here for updates here. And then hopefully the astronauts, there was an alert that came out that the astronauts could be at increased biological risk because of the high geomagnetic storm activity. But hopefully, we had read an article before where NASA had made a comment. I think that they said that they have certain places on the International Space Station they can go that are better shielded. So hopefully the astronauts are all fine. And anyways. I'll keep an eye on it. If there's big news, we'll come on the air again. Thanks also to, I want to give a shout out to our Twitch subscribers and our Facebook subscribers and our YouTube members over there on Twitch. Really appreciate all of our subscribers there, such as Jackson. Thank you so much. Annie Cush. And Wall Street and Shaggy. Thanks for being subscribers. All of our subscribers, thank you. On Twitch, thank you. And our Facebook subscribers as well. Oh, Jack's Animals also. Thanks for subscribing there. Our Facebook subscribers like Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Eve Richards, Duster Singer, Billy Joe Drage, Lou Green. Thank you, subscribers on Facebook. And I think I owe a thanks to Joe Gregory and Sandy Zapp for the Facebook stars. Thank you so much for that. And thank you to our YouTube members, all of our YouTube members like Blissful Essence and Marty Hagwood and Key of Tree Band, Myri, UV Lightning, Anok, Ronin, Chris C, AKF, Key of Tree Band, JB, Flor Morena, Pistol Pete, KK, Alibaba. Sorry I didn't have a live video I could show you tonight. Sometimes I get them, but I didn't get one I could show you from the Aurora, unfortunately. But you know, a lot of people sent in photos though, which was really cool. Paul Tissue, thanks for being a member. Gemini Rose, Jane Jones, Linda Forsyth. Wickedest Witch, New Movie Act. Thanks for being members on YouTube. Timothy Ritter, Chris N. JB, Sinon, Q-Tip, Evie Shore, Oliver J. Thank you. Oh, quick reminder too. A lot of you know this, but I do have a personal channel. If there's a day when we don't cover much news, I might end up on my personal channel doing some non-news live streaming. My personal channel is called Lookner on YouTube and Look Nerd with a Look Nerd with a D on Twitch, and I sometimes do some non-news live streams there. All right, let me do one more check here. Yeah, so they haven't updated the current conditions. The current conditions still say G4, severe geomagnetic storm conditions, but they haven't even put out an alert on that in a couple hours now, I don't think. Yeah, I'm looking at this. Is the alert? Yeah, the last alert is still this type 4 radio emission. The last time they updated the current conditions was about 2 hours ago, over 2 hours ago. Those earlier on, they were really updating those current conditions a lot. So we'll see what happens. Hey, thanks, Boss Matic, for your support. Really appreciate that, Boss Matic G. All right, guys, I am going to wrap up this live stream now, and I very much appreciate you joining. I will keep an eye on this situation. Maybe in the next couple nights you can see the Aurora if you didn't see it tonight, because I think it's going to happen the next couple nights. That's what I read. And hopefully we don't get significant infrastructure damage or anything like that from this. No, but I didn't hear about GPS outages, but who knows? Maybe these happened at some places. All right, guys, that is it for now. Really appreciate you joining, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.